Why, hello there, and welcome to Twisted Veil, a Through the Breach Malifaux campaign presented by Ink and Lyre. My name is Brent, and I am your Fate Master, your Game Runner, your DM tonight. As always, before we get started on this tense, interesting adventure, we have a few announcements to go through. The first, of course, is the charity live stream that is happening this Friday. It's happening at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. It's going to be fun, comedic, a holiday one-shot. Lauren has sent me some of the characters. I find them delightful and amusable, and highly recommend you guys tune in. It's going to be for the selected charity, the Center of Suicide Awareness. We hope you guys join us and help us in supporting them. After that, we have our phenomenal sponsors. We've talked about dice and we've talked about how they need homes. And I can't stop talking about how every good pair of dice needs a home. Now, you got a bad pair of dice, they start throwing natural ones all the time. Screw them. They don't need a home. Put them in the garbage. Put them in jail. Feed them to your dog. But those good dice that treat you well, go to Nine Realms Gaming and pick up one of their beautiful handcrafted dye stained vaults. They're gorgeous. Good dice deserve a good home because why will those dice keep rolling good for you if you don't treat them right? It's give and take. Go there, use the code LIAR10 and get 10% off. Now, maybe you don't have dice like that. Maybe all of your dice are dirty little pig boys and they belong in the trash. Well, I got news for you. You can go to Wander Lily Dice and you can get good dice, good handmade artisan dice that are beautiful. They are sharp edged, they are sanded, they are polished by hand. Go there and you can have good dice for a good home. So much good. So much positivity going on with all the dice and the homes for the dice. Go get the dice and put them in the dice home. Uh if you go to Wander Lily Dice, there is a code there as well, the Ink and Liar 10 code. We keep using 10. I'm not sure why. Maybe there's like some, 42 meaning life, the universe, and everything number. I don't know. But go there, use Ink and Liar 10, and you'll save 10% on those purchases. That's 20%. That's amazing, right? That helps us, of course, because sponsors are like, oh, hey, people are watching the stream, and it's great to sponsor. It's a beautiful thing. Um, on top of that, we are also giving away a set of the dice on our Instagram. Tomorrow is the last day to enter. This is a pretty pricey set, so I've been told. So check that out. Follow us on at Ink and Liar on Instagram and check it out for a giveaway just to get free dice. If you don't want the 10% off, you want free dice, just go there. You get free dice. Tis the season. Tis the season for gifts and beautiful things. Tonight we are giving away another one of the long sleeve Twisted Veil t-shirts. We are going to give that away during the break. If you want to enter for the giveaway and have a chance to win that shirt, use the exclamation mark loot tag for the giveaway. As always, there is a viewer discretion for the show. Look, Twisted Veil, it gets a little dark, it gets a little gritty. We're living in gritty times. If you don't want to watch a show that deals with violence, gore, drug use, various adult themes, sickness, horror, various phobias, or me occasionally dropping the F bomb, it's cool. We understand. I mean, sometimes I can't handle real life and I'm just like, I just need some happy stuff, so I go binge Disney movies. That's our viewer discretion. Lastly, of course, always a shout out to Ounce's Music. He's the musical artist who's responsible for most of our soundtrack. If you like some of like the ambience and you want your own ambience for your own games, look him up, talk to him. He's amazing. He's very reasonable. You can find him on Bandcamp, Twitter, Instagram, or SoundCloud under Ounce's Music. With that, grab what script you can find, tip your hat to Lady Luck, and let's board the train into tonight's episode of Twisted Veil. So, last time on Twisted Veil, our party spent the night in the slums, amongst the workers that they had kindly decided to help. There, the players experienced a bit of gratitude, ate some high quality stew, and met a rough and tough little girl named Abby. Meanwhile, Doc Murphy interviewed some of the workers, learned a little bit about the rising tension in the local factories and the health risks of working in the Soulstone mines. Tobias, however, vanished to attend to some secretive business off camera. During the celebration, the guild showed up and was quick to collect money from the local workers, even though the building that the workers were living in is damaged and in serious disrepair. The guild tended to take some time to still collect rent from these individuals, and Ellie made it a point to remember that the money collector made it a point to remember the money collector's face and ask where she could find them later. That evening, Teresa and Doc Murphy had an interesting nighttime conversation that led to the reveal that Teresa's name was in fact Nemo. Having decided to take the Fear Core up on their job offer, the party made their way to Barnett Manor to rid the place of whatever creature or thing might be living in the manor. After a bit of investigation, Tobias discovered a small hole that led to the inner walls of the manor. He was stabbed and nearly pulled into the walls by some sort of strange, made up creature of like doll parts and whatnot. But after a quick skimmerish, our group finds themselves in the bedroom of Barnett Manor, patching up their wounds and ready to continue the investigation. So, our scene sort of picks up there. You guys, there's the dolls that are just like sort of shattered, little bits of arms and everything are falling all over the floor. Some of you are freshly patched up, some of you are still bleeding, but the scene is yours.
Doc, Doc, could you take a look at me? I'm not feeling too hot.
Seems like the next logical step.
I can see my bone, Doc.
I'm gonna go patch up Tobias.
Okay.
I'm gonna quietly kind of walk behind Tobias and stand there, sort of waiting.
Nemo, you're good.
Ellie is going to. I'm gonna walk over to the door that leads out, keeping a wary eye on the hole in the wall. I think we haven't plugged up yet. Otherwise, just watching it. But I'm gonna peer my head out of the door, and while they're taking care of each other, I'm gonna try to listen, kind of in the hallway, and try to get a sense if anybody else or anything else is moving around.
Sure, give me a notice check.
I got a 13 on my medicine check, which would heal Tobias for 3 points.
Better already. You do good work, Doc. Bless you.
Very nice. Yeah, you
Everyone's
like,
got a special talent.
you pull out some thread, you patch him up really good, you disinfect him. Looks like he'll survive.
I kind of look like I'm looking at the walls, but step a little bit closer. If I remember correctly how I got wounded, there's just like hundreds of tiny little needle pinpricks across my neck and collarbone that are all dripping just a little bit of blood. It doesn't look super deep, but quite painful. And I'm looking at the walls, just standing in front of the doctor.
Do you want me to take a look at that?
If you wanted, it might be a good idea, because I don't know. If you have time to do it, that would be really nice. If you could.
As you are chatting, I got a 13 on my notice, staring out of the door for coming back inside, trying to get a sense of the room, the hall, and the hallway, if possible.
You peek your head outside, look around, kind of put your ear to the wall, listen a little bit. Silent. All you can hear is your own breathing. There doesn't seem to be anything else stirring in the house at the moment.
I'll take a look at that for you, and I'll kind of go on Nemo's back and just patch it up with some, well, I'll just kind of sterilize it since they're a bunch of tiny pricks. Sterilize it and kind of wipe it down and stuff to make sure that it's in a good spot. And that is a 17 of rams,
Jesus.
which would, yeah. And then I'll give her a couple pills, and just these will help with the pain.
Matt,
And you heal for 3 points of healing. Sorry,
thank you.
4 points of healing.
What do these just painkiller?
Just a mild one, yes.
Okay.
During your medical check, Doc, as you're sort of, patching her up, wiping it away, you can't help but notice that Nemo's blood is incredibly cold, like almost like ice water. You don't think it has anything to do with the dolls or the poison, because you've interacted with this poison quite a bit. It just seems to be peculiar, strange, and you're not sure why.
I'm just gonna take note of it. I'm not saying anything about it.
Is it okay?
Okay.
Can I touch it?
You can. Be careful though. We won't want anything to pop back out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm going to stride over to one of the body of the small doll that I had clobbered and punched across the room, and pick up what remaining pieces of it I can before I to everybody. What is this? I mean, I knew that there was going to be something in this house. I've not seen something like this before. Any of you this?
Tobias and I would have some idea of the class of thing it is, right?
Tobias, maybe. You?
Oh, I
not
wouldn't
so
at all.
much.
Okay.
With your history, you've never had a lot of encounters with things like this. But I'll let Tobias make a literacy check.
All right. I might know a thing or two about this. Let me grab a card real fast.
Yeah.
While Tobias is going over to examine the thing, I want to see if can I see the bone in his arm? Is it still visible, or have you patched it up in such a way that I can't see his bone anymore?
I assume there's like bandages on it.
Yeah, it's like wrapped and pressures on it. Like you definitely can't see into this bone anymore.
Okay. I take a step back.
Oh, good.
Got a 13 of masks for my literacy check.
So you're familiar with the Neverborn because the guild constantly speaks about them. They are a never-ending threat that is always trying to invade, kill, and murder the citizens of the city. Your knowledge of the Neverborn basically comes from the news articles that you usually read, that they are nightmare creatures. They don't have a shape or a face because they come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. And they seem to feed off of humans or their sanity or their fears. They are just the embodiment of the boogeyman. And what they are, who knows? They're the nightmare horror denizens of the plane of Malifaux.
So have I never heard of Neverborn, or do I just not know anything about them?
You've heard of them. You just heard they're scary. They're scary monsters.
Okay,
That's
cool.
it's kind of the extent of it. But like, but because you haven't really interacted like with the
Society
public
at
or
large.
society, right? Like
Yeah.
you've kind of with your backstory, you've been under the radar. But Tobias just has that information based on his job and the fact that the Tattler constantly prints articles about these things.
Yeah, I know a thing or two about these guys, but never seen one up close before. I figured just this gun would be enough, but guess not. They're the Neverborn is what they are.
Is this one a weak one, or is this something we fight? Kind of freaked me out a little bit. Seemed like it was dragging you into the walls.
Yeah, they don't like humans too much.
Is it bleeding?
No, there was no blood. These things, so the interior of these things was full of like cotton fluff and like small doll parts, like little arms, all porcelain hands and legs and whatnot. But there was no flesh, no blood. Just it seemed to be completely made up of doll parts.
Can we see what's holding the pieces together?
A lot of it was stitching and whatnot, but occasionally like it would reform. It was almost like an amorphous blob where like a series of small porcelain limbs would come out and form like a hooked leg, or like a head would come out from the cloth and it would like stitch back up. It was a very, very peculiar, strange thing. But as for you as a doctor, by all intents and purposes, this thing shouldn't be alive. There's nothing about it that suggests it should be living, moving, or walking in any way, shape, or form.
Well, it looks like we cleared this pest out.
Yeah.
Do we have anything else we need to check before we can go? Before the task is done?
There's a couple more rooms we need to take a look at downstairs that we will on our way out, and a couple down this way. Then I think, if that's right, we've cleared the house at that point.
Would you like me to hold the lantern again?
Yeah, Nemo, can you crawl on the walls, or should we just presume that if we hear a sound, we blast it?
No, I was planning to go through the walls. What I'm thinking is maybe, and I don't know a lot about Neverborn, is do you think somebody stitched them together and made them, or were they just always like this? Are we looking for a seamstress?
Oh yeah, somebody who likes evil dolls.
Yeah.
Never mind. Your reference was better than mine. I'm sorry. I just been trying to keep on the same page on that. So
No, that's good. I appreciate it. But I can look in the walls to see if there's like a sewing machine or something back in there. I might need the light, or we could make another one or something.
okay.
We give you the light, well, we won't have any.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I can just go in the dark, and I'll see if I hear anything. Does that sound
Hold
alright?
on. I look around for any candles or any light source that the house normally might have in it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. There's a lamp in here. It's a bedroom.
Yeah!
Yeah, we light that lamp up and we give it to Nemo.
I use the light cantrip. Ah, damn. Okay.
There's definitely a lantern. It's easy to like sort of flick on. You light a match, and it comes up. Like for the most part, assume anytime you're in an area in this house, there are lamps. I was just assuming you guys aren't lighting them because you're trying to be sneaky. So easily, boom, lights up. This room is illuminated. Nemo, you can take the lantern and scuttle your way into the
Here's
walls.
what I'm thinking. Every 10 steps, I'll knock on the wall, on the interior wall, so you can just follow me through the rooms.
Yeah, let's make sure we know what the knock is that you're going to do, because that other was kind of scuttling around and making sounds too, and I don't want to have to try to punch through the wall. And if it's you, that would be a problem.
Right, yeah. I don't really know any songs, so I can just knock knock. Could be me, so.
All right, what we'll do is if knock knock twice, I'll say who's there, and then you knock again. Okay?
Yeah. Sounds good.
I
And
think
take
this is the
my
time for
little-
jokes. I don't
Do we
think we'll
want
say
to be
knock
making-
jokes.
Are we
Do
laughing?
we want to be making noise when we go through here?
I suppose not. It's just mostly so we can follow along with each other.
Thinking we hear a noise, we blast it. I'm not taking any more chances, and Tobias is gonna reload his gun real
Okay,
fast.
so how about if I find something, I scream or I knock on the wall or something. Like if I find something dangerous and I need you to shoot through the wall and kill it, then I'll scream. But if I find just like, I don't know, some money or something, then I'll just give a little knock on the wall quietly so that you know where I am.
Yeah, that
I'm just
sounds
gonna go
good.
in the wall. Yeah. Mhm. And I hike up my coat and I crawl into the little space. I'm gonna see how far around the house I can get.
So it's a bit of a difficult journey or trek, right? Because there's a lot of cross beams and whatnot, but like some of them have sort of been broken and you can like squeeze your way, and you essentially make your way around like about half the room. And then there's a small hole, much too small for you, that it seems like the floor inside the walls have been chipped away and it goes down further. And you start to surmise that these things probably spent some times like chipping away so they can move through the house.
Mhm.
But I mean, unless you were to really get down into the nitty gritty and start peeling away the wood, you can't fit into there.
So if I hold the lantern in such a way that I can kind of see down the hole, it just looks like a continuation of the tracks?
Yeah, it
Of
looks
the-
like
of the
it kind of goes downstairs to the lower floor, and it just continues along in the wall.
I am size small, if that makes a difference. I'm
These
not a
things-
medium-sized creature.
These things were about the size of like a medium dog.
Pomeranian.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I do the same in the other direction, but I assume I find the same thing.
Yes.
Okay. I come back out of the wall. Did you guys do anything while I was away?
At this
is for the
point,
knock jokes.
at this point, I would have opened up the door to the room and gestured for Doc to follow behind me, and kind of gesturing towards Tobias as well before moving towards the next room, taking enough time, kind of be looking back and paying attention to where Nemo may be.
Okay. You go to the next room. Door opens. Very similar to the previous room you were in. Seems like a child's bedroom, but instead of dolls, it has like a little toy chest that's like been knocked over, and there's some blocks that have fallen off. There's like an old rocking horse. A lot of wooden toys that seem very similar to the ones you currently have in your possession. You would judge that this was probably a little boy's room.
I don't think we should pick up any more toys for the kids. I think these toys are gonna stay where they're at.
So the room with the hole in it that I'm coming back into is a little girl's room, right? And there's
Judging, this seems to be like a very old-fashioned nuclear family, where it's like, if you are a girl, you get dolls, and like the wallpaper is pink, and here like there's a tea set, right? And like that was the room you were in, while the following room, being 1902, of course, is like rocking horses and little cowboy dolls, and yeah.
I want to, as quietly as I can, come back out of the wall without letting them know that I'm back. Open up the little cabinet, the little dresser drawers, and if there's any fabric in there, especially nice fabric, just go into my coat pockets. Going in the coat pockets.
For sure. This is a well-off family. Like, there's some like nice, Easter Sunday-esque dresses in there that are, for the size of like a 7 or 8-year-old girl.
Okay, great. That'll be really hard to fit in my pockets. They're big pockets. I would say I can fit one Sunday dress in there.
Sure. I'll let inside. I've had a trench coat. Those pockets get pretty deep.
Okay, 2 Sunday dresses. How many can I get?
I'll give you one.
Okay. And a pair of socks.
Give them a Sunday dress. They take a mile.
Right.
Yeah, and then I'll look out into the hallway to see if I can see everybody else, and if I can, I'll rejoin them.
You can see the reflection of the lantern coming from like the 3rd out of 4 doors. Like it's a little bit open, and it's sort of creeping out. Doc and everyone's in there looking around in the little boy's room.
Okay, after like making sure I see their silhouettes in the shadow from the lantern, I will come around again, make sure it's them, and then join them.
I think there are 2 rooms left, so I go to the next door and I test it and to open it.
We're gonna move through them. The next one's just a storage closet. Inside there's like some broom, cleaning supplies and whatnot. The final door that you get to, you grab it and you open it. The second it opens merely a fraction, you are hit with a foul odor that just comes rushing out of the room. Rot, decay, death. It's borderline vomit inducing. You just barely get it open, and it just like opening an oven just hits you. You're like, oh.
Okay. I take my coat, stick it around my face. I'll check it out first, and I'll go in there.
You open it up. You see that it is a beautiful master bedroom. There is a dresser with a lamp. In the center of the room is a large king-sized bed with a canopy that has been drawn closed. As the golden orange light of the lantern falls upon these thin sheets of the canopy, you can make out the outline of a humanoid shape sitting upright in the bed.
I quietly pull out my gun and I gesture to Tobias and Doc.
Okay.
And I turn to Tobias silently and I just go, and I indicate to Doc to hold the lantern up.
I snuffed my lantern at this point, and I put it back down in the girls' room.
Doc takes like his handkerchief and puts it over his nose and holds the lantern out as he walks in.
I'm just gonna be unlucky. I got 2 hands on a shotgun. I'll try not to throw up.
Okay.
I'll hold part of my coat up over Tobias's nose.
As I hold up my fingers, I slowly count them down before then going, "Are you alive?"
A moment of silence passes, and then you hear, "Are you alive?"
Does it sound like Ellie's voice?
It
Or
does not.
does
It sounds very monotone.
masculine, feminine, Non.
Masculine.
Okay.
I'm just making.
Does it sound like it came from the bed?
Though the outline of the humanoid shape has not moved, it does seem like it's coming from behind the sheets within the bed.
Are you able to move?
Are you able to move?
Two more questions. The first one is demand. Can you come out from behind the bed? From inside the bed?
Can you come over from behind the bed? From inside?
Okay, second one. You ready to die?
The pause goes a little bit longer, and then it responds, are you ready to die?
No more questions. Let's shoot it.
Wait. If you're angry with us, say, I want to fight. If you're not angry with us, say, I would like to stay in bed.
Not angry with us. Say, I would like to stay in bed.
Right. So, it's fine then. Right?
It's fine then, right?
What's your...
What's your name?
Ellie, I think they can only say the things that we say.
Okay. I surrender and I come in peace.
Surrender, and I come in peace.
Oh, well, that's good. All right, we're good. Everybody's safe.
If we can draw back the curtains, say, come on in, and if you don't want us to do that, say, no.
If you don't want us to do that, say no.
Can you only just say the last thing I said, or...
Can you only just say the last thing I said? Or...
Are you repeating us, or are you not repeating us?
Are you repeating us, or are you not repeating us?
I grab Nemo, recognizing that this is now about to become a pattern, and I gesture for the Doc and Tobias as well, and I sort of shuffle us back out of the room as much as I can. You all have your own agency, but I'm definitely trying to back up for a second.
What if he's just having a difficult time?
Look, we just fought two, for lack of better words, demon babies. And whatever's in that bed needs to be removed in some way for us to fulfill the contract. So, it sounds like we're not going to be barter. I want to hear everybody's thoughts on this. Maybe we shut the door and see what happens next.
We could ask him to leave. I mean, I know it might not work, but it'd be nice to start with that.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm for shooting it. Dead things don't attack back. Let's get it.
It seems talkative. We could just ask it first. I think that Nemo has a point.
I think we've done all the talking we're going to get out of it. You want to sit there and talk to yourself all day? I don't want to be here all day. I just saw my own bone a little while ago. I'm saying we shoot it. I say we move on. The quicker we get out of here, the better.
Doc, as resident expert of all things living and dead?
The things that we've seen before are not living or dead.
Alrighty then. Nemo?
It's
My
fine.
vote is give you
can
one.
shoot it.
I was going to say I'd give one question and then Tobias and I are lighting this thing up.
Right. Right. I'll think of something. Can I open the curtain and talk to him, or do you think that's a bad idea?
I
That's
think
a bad
Just say
idea.
not to do that.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay.
I reopen the door and get myself ready for combat situations in the room.
Okay.
Right, sir. Well, if you don't get up and leave now, we're going to shoot you. Are you okay with being shot?
If you don't get up and leave now, we are going to shoot you. Are you okay with being shot?
I shoot it. I shoot it.
Roll a hit.
It's too stressful, man.
I
can't take
shoot
anymore.
it. I shoot it too. I want to shoot it too.
You guys just fucking unload. We're gonna give it soft cover because no, because you can see it with the light. Nope, just straight attack. We're gonna say target number 9.
11.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm aiming down in the gun, and Tobias, do you say anything like just to check, or is it just like silently just pull a shotgun?
I just pull the shotgun. I'm not sticking around for something else to chew my arms off. I'm getting this thing.
I think Tobias doesn't say anything, and it's just like kind of like the firing squad where one person shoots, it's like, oh fuck, and like you start shooting too, right? Just like,
Yeah.
oh, we're doing this.
I definitely like as soon as Tobias shoots, just pull the trigger sort of instinctually as well to at least shoot one round in. And so I got a 12.
You both hit. Give me that damage flip. So with the
Yeah.
12 to 11, target number 9, I believe it's 1 negative.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my
negative.
second card.
Yep.
I'll say like the way that we were standing, they were kind of standing in the doorway, and I was a little in front of them, but behind the front of their guns. So it's not like I have to matrix out of the way of the bullets or anything.
Right.
In my negatives, I got 4, so that's weak. Damage, deal 1 damage.
1 damage from you.
It's coming.
Fingers in my ears.
Stop doing during this.
Just holding the light.
I like the idea that Doc is behind the door, just arms sticking in with a lantern.
He's definitely keeping an eye in there, but he's definitely ready to leave as soon as we can.
Okay. Weak damage. 2 damage to this thing.
So there's like the loud explosion of the shotgun that like kicks like a mule into your arm, Tobias. Comes up, and then there's like the louder hiss of the pistol that fires into it. Part of the curtain just like turns to shreds and hangs low, and you can see the shadowed outline has shifted after the flashes of the guns have kind of blinded you guys in this dark, well, not blinded you, but like hindered your vision for a moment. And now what was once just this humanoid figure that was just sitting upright has kind of slouched, and the head's turned from a little bit.
Are you still there? I'm gonna go to draw the curtain back.
Are you still there?
It's too late.
Yeah.
I'm already drawing the curtain back. I don't think it's a person, or I don't think it's alive or undead or whatever. I think it's an object.
You walk up.
That's object trying to kill us.
But I assume both of you still have your guns trained on the shape, right?
Second Nemo goes forward. I'm behind him, just sort of over the shoulder, trained for sure on this.
Yeah, I glance over my
stay
shoulder
back.
at you as I draw the curtain open.
You draw the curtain back, and you see sitting back sort of against the bed frame is unmistakably what looks like a guild guard. They have the red coat. However, the face has been entirely removed, and the jaw appears to be broken along the corners. And when it speaks, like an old nutcracker, it just goes, "Are you still there?" There are flies sort of creeping into the corners of the flesh along the skeletal face, and clutched in its hand is a small pack. I need you and Ellie to make a target number 8 centering check.
That's willpower, right?
It is either willpower or centering if you have the skill.
I do not.
So it will be a willpower save.
All right.
All right.
I'm decently good at those.
Yeah, so I stare at this thing, right? Cope up, looking at this. I'm asked, but I'm also assessing the uniform in good condition.
The uniform seems to be in good condition, and it doesn't, like, this thing isn't ancient decay. Like, the flesh is a little bit bloated, there's flies coming around, digging into the corners of the skin. If you had a medicine skill, you might be able to assess how long this body's been dead.
Don't have
I got a
that.
5.
No.
This horrifying, gruesome, unnatural thing is incredibly unsettling. You are going to take 1 rank of insanity for all intents and purposes. So you will now have a -1 to your willpower duels.
Okay.
So there are lingering conditions in Malifaux that get worse in, like, kind of stack, where they have, like, different tiers. Like, the first tier is not that bad, and then it gets worse and worse and worse until eventually, if you get to the max tier, which is usually around like 14 ranks or so, things get real bad. There are ways to remove them. In this situation, because you are suffering mental trauma from seeing things that are weird, strange, gruesome, and horrifying, you are going to need therapy. So you can either find a therapist, or someone can help you remove a rank by spending an hour sitting down with you and talking you through it via a leadership check.
Great. So she's never going to remove that level of therapy.
You guys might have to find a therapist. I need you to make that save too, Ellie.
Is it TN you said?
T and 8, centering.
Yeah, so
or
I got 8.
I'm
So-
gonna say meets beats. So it's
Yeah.
kind of gruesome, terrifying. You don't know what the hell this is and how this thing's mouth is moving, and just like seeing the face peeled back. It's wild, but you take a deep breath and you stifle yourself.
Okay. God. It's okay. It's dead. They're dead. He's dead.
Yeah, whatever did this to him might still be in here. I ain't taking that chance. We're shooting the next thing we see. I reload my gun again.
It still has the pack in its hand.
I look over to
Yeah.
Nemo. How's Nemo?
How
She
you doing,
drew
Nemo?
back for a second, kind of like into your chest since you're right there, then stood very upright for a moment. And then I'm actually going to reach over. You said his mouth was kind of like a nutcracker?
Yeah.
I'm going to put my finger kind of on his lip or open his mouth to see, is there something in his mouth or neck?
There is no lip. It's just skull. Like
I
you,
got
there's
O in
like
his
little
jaw.
bits of red where like blood might have been, but like you kind of wedge your fingers in the teeth, and it just creaks down like a nutcracker, opens easily, and it
Is there
looks
something?
it looks hollow for a little bit, and then you can see like the red of the throat. That this thing still obviously has guts and whatnot inside. You can even see the little dangly, I can't remember what it's called.
Uvula.
Uvula.
The uvula hanging in the back.
But no like device in his throat.
No.
I'm gonna unclench his hand and try to take whatever pack is in it.
There's a little bit of rigor mortis as the fingers snap and crack as you pry them open.
Snap, crackle, pop, Rice Krispies.
Yeah, just like the bone.
That's gross.
And you manage to get like this sort of small messenger bag. And do you open it?
No. No. I do remove it from his hand. What about now?
What about now? And you can just see the jaws just like click, 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 click.
Right. Okay.
Do you need help in that, or is everything
Yeah,
okay?
Doc, get in here. Come and take a look at this. Tobias, I think it's safe. If you see anything, you know what to do.
Yeah. I ain't stopping to ask it questions either.
For all intents and purposes, like every time you guys pause, it repeats what you said. You know, stop and ask it questions. That'll continue.
Mm-hmm. Nemo, let me see that bag. Maybe he's got some family or something where I can write a letter to him, tell him their son's dead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I take it, start rifling through it.
When I come over there and see them, are there sheets on the bed?
Yes.
I'm going to grab the sheet and throw it over its head.
Okay.
And even though it may have been with the guild, it's still a person. Let's show a little respect.
Agreed. We haven't done much to it yet. Nemo's taking a bag.
Oh, there's bullet holes in its chest. Yeah.
Especially
the shotgun, just like the rib has collapsed.
I'm interested in I don't know if that's the right word. Well, obviously someone has done something to his body. I don't really know how a throat works, but they're making it so his mouth will move and things. Do you know how that works, Doctor?
I'll pull the sheet back so that only the mouth is exposed, and can I examine it?
Give me a medicine check.
While he's doing that, is there anything I see in the bag?
Yes. You're actually going to find 2 script and a small note inside, which I will read to you after the medicine check.
That's a 1, but it's still a 7.
So, 2 things. 1, you think this person died about 2 weeks ago. You, being a very skilled physician, can tell just like from the state of decay from the flesh. Obviously, the face is not a part of that decay, but just like looking at like the bloating of the hands and whatnot, and the flies, how they haven't planted maggots or anything, you think it's been about 2 weeks. Examining the jaw and everything, like Nemo has requested, it's not natural.
Magical? It's not mechanical?
Likely, it's not mechanical. It's definitely something. I mean, depending on how you feel about magic, Doc, it's magical. Like, you've heard of it, but you're like, this is a natural. This is the fun thing about Malifaux compared to D&D. That, like, we don't have Identify, we don't have Knowledge Arcana, we don't have Detect Magic. It's just, ain't natural. Shit, weird. It's weird. It's something unnatural happened here, and like, unless you find an expert and tell them about it, it's kind of gonna be rough to find out what did this, why it did this, and what can do this.
I think this is something done by the type of doctor that happens in Malifaux only. Those that deal with the dead rather than the living.
Could have been those dolls that did it to him.
What was it? The seamstress or the weaver, Nemo?
I said seamstress, but
yeah.
Is there? No, I don't. I didn't see that bounty thing about the weaver.
The widowmaker.
I don't think I was there for that.
The widow weaver is what you guys are referencing. I don't know. You've shared that, right, Ellie?
Not really, not yet.
Then you would know, Nemo.
Tobias, it's definitely a possibility that those things did this, but as I don't know much about them. But I also think it could be a possibility that whatever did this also created the dolls.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I want to look under the bed and basically be looking for, just briefly scanning the room and looking for, is there anything not normal beyond the spooky puppet dead body that is like under the bed or in the room
Okay,
indicate
so there's
what's
this
happening.
talking corpse, but what else is there?
Yeah.
You take some time to scan the room. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Once you open the nightstand next to it, you find like a nice like gold plated comb that you estimate it's maybe worth about like 3 script. There's like a little makeup stand with like different types of makeup and everything, but nothing really catches your attention. Tobias, the letter that you pull out reads the following: As per the direction of the office, I have locked down the building. The weight of Sonia's name should discourage any potential looters. Once Miss Barnett signs the contract, we will send in subcontractors to assist with the removal of whatever foul creature inhabits the manor. However, my assignment has been unsettling. The house has been neglected and it has vermin in the walls and the strings. At first, I thought they were webs. Mr. Barnett assures me there is nothing to worry about, but the way he keeps looking at me and complimenting me on my good looks seems almost nefarious.
Does he have a name, or is it signed or anything, or is it
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, I'll say for brevity's sake, like you find a wallet. His name's like Thomas Elliot.
Okay, so I'll pass a letter around, and it's on his ID. I assume there's like an address or something there too, like his Yelp
Yeah.
ID. Okay. I'll write his family a letter. At least they deserve to know he died.
Mr. Barnett is that the one with the face burned out in the hallway? Barnett Senior, or is there another one?
Do we know?
I remember we passed a family portrait on the stairs where the two parents had their faces burned off the portrait.
All you guys have gathered is that this is Barnett Manor, and according to the family portrait, there was 3 children and 2 adults.
We're clearing this out for Miss Barnett for the
For Mary Barnett, yeah.
Okay,
Correct.
Mary Barnett. Okay, so there's a Mr. Barnett and a Mary Barnett. Okay. He might. Interesting.
Hey Doc.
I
You got
pass
any
the letter around.
final rights for somebody like this?
I don't typically do the rites. Typically call someone else in for that.
Okay.
Better for a priest to do it.
Well, I doubt a priest is going to come in this house. I'm going to go and reach in and pull out more or less the only possessions that I have, which is some bullets and that comb that I found.
Okay.
And I'm going to just reach around and eventually, okay. And I set the gold comb on wee little Thomas's chest and just say, "You deserve this." I hope that I have the best rest. And I say that intentionally, having the doll repeat it back to me.
Yeah. You deserve this. I hope.
You didn't deserve this.
Oh, I thought you're cutting out a little bit. It's rough.
Oh,
You didn't deserve this. I hope you have the best rest. That's rough. You see, it's one thing to kill dolls, but seeing a human that's been maimed and murdered in such a gruesome fashion definitely can weigh on your psyche. Ask Nemo. But yeah, you guys, you leave the comb, some bullets, and leave this poor victim to their strange fate and whatever it is they've become.
Got a few rooms left. Let's finish up with that. Go back downstairs.
Yeah.
Plan, boys.
I think the last room is the one downstairs.
Yes, correct.
Should we carry the body down with us? We are supposed to clear out the house.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
I think we should clear it out first, then we'll see about that. We don't want to get caught carrying something heavy. We won't have access to our guns that way.
Yeah.
You guys are supposed to clear the house of danger. They're not gonna bitch and moan at you if it's like, you left a talking corpse in here. As long as you tell them about it,
Because we also left the neverborn corpses.
Yeah, it's danger, right? You're supposed to make it you're supposed to make the house safe and inhabitable. As long as you do that, you're fine.
Am I the only one thinking about it? I'm just going to say it. You might not like it, Doc. I'm sorry. Are we going to just leave the uniform? That could be useful.
Does it look like it would fit any of us?
I mean, everyone who's kind of like a normal adult size, yeah, you'd be fine. I mean, you already have a coat, Nemo, but it's a little big on you.
What are you going to use the guild uniform? What are you going to use one for? Especially one with bullet holes?
It's shred, like the whole front just blown open, right? There's like a football size hole where Tobias just beamed this thing with a shotgun.
You don't know how to patch up a shirt?
I may, but I'm not going to do it with this.
Uniforms are guard uniforms are a dime a dozen. We don't have to rob a corpse for it. We can just probably go get one from the guild and sign up for them if you're that intent on joining it.
Okay, checking.
Yeah.
Let's get to that room.
I just think we should pay a little respect to him.
And then we gotta respect ourselves by killing whatever else is in this house first.
Final room?
Yeah.
You make your way back downstairs. As you do, the words on that letter hang in your head, Tobias. And you look up at the chandelier and you can't help but notice that it doesn't look like it's covered in cobwebs anymore. It looks like it's covered in hundreds of threads that are just kind of hanging low, drooping off it.
That look natural to you? Any of you guys? Points out at that chandelier.
Looks like spider webs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spider webs.
Probably long dead. Don't worry about it.
You continue to the final room. Who opens the door?
I'm gonna go to the door first and listen against it. I'm gonna stealth up, but Ellie is free to open the door once I do that. I don't need to be in front. I just want to stealth.
I'm gonna say you quietly move along the carpet, avoiding sort of the open patches that we talked about. Press your ear against the door. Nothing. Silent.
I look to Ellie. I back up a little bit.
All right. In the fashion that I've been doing for most of these doors, what I do is I reach down with my mechanical arm, test the door. Does the door open?
Easily. Clicks open.
As I then open it up, I set the pistol against the mechanical arm as a shield as I walk in, and stride into the room.
You stride in, dock behind you, and the light falls over the room. The walls of this room are lined with towering shelves of musky old books. There's an old rug in the center that stinks deeply, embedded with mildew. At the far end of the room is a fireplace where a brass candle sits on top of a mantel. An old desk is in the corner, and there appears to be an open journal. Hanging above the fireplace is an old musket. Though well beyond its useful days, it seems to be kept well, and hanging from a hook next to it is a small satchel.
After doing a quick scan to make sure there's no sound or movement within the room, I'm going to kind of work my way over to the fireplace and I'm quite small, so I'm going to using the bricks, kind of get up to a point where I can take down the satchel and look within it.
I am most interested in the book, so I am moving towards the desk and the journal.
Okay. Nemo, you take off the satchel. It's not a satchel, actually. It's a little, like, loading kit. It has, like, a little bit of black powder, a few circular balls in it. This is, for all intensive purposes, more of a Civil War functional musket. Very long-barreled, but it works.
I don't know what the Civil War is, do I?
I mean, you've had a strange upbringing, but we have to remember, like, anyone who's done any, you know common basic history, and like most people, you would walk up to and be like, "Hey, do you know what a musket looks like from the Civil War?" Be like, "Yeah, absolutely, I know what a musket looks like." Like you're not a aficionado, but you're like, "Yeah, it's a musket." But like as you're kind of like looking through the satchel and you're seeing like, the little looks like a water skin full of black powder and whatnot. We cut over to Ellie, who is looking at the journal. The journal, for the most part, is barren. The pages have been ripped clean, leaving nothing but frilled, jagged edges of paper as a remembrance of what was once there. That is, except for the last few pages. As your hand peels back the page, you see one of the last few final entries. It reads, "I dropped a coin and put it in the well. Our wishing well at back, or our wishing well out back that cast a lovely spell. The flesh of Mary, it said, is what your daughter needs. She looks just like her mother, is what the well decreed. I boarded up the well. The whispers fled. But I was too late. My daughter was porcelain and dead. Now I know the truth, though I stop the well's call. When you watch the traveling show, your children become a doll." Um, you read this and there's like that unsettling shiver that's like just lingering at the back of your spine. You flip the next page, and it has sort of a flyer stuffed in there that reads Coletti's Traveling Puppet Show. It's a colorful, loud advertisement that shows a purple and red wagon with two wooden puppets on strings. The puppets are circled in red ink, and written on the paper are the words, "I locked her in the well." The final page that you flip is the most simple, but for you, the most unsettling. Because as you read it, you can't help but feel somehow it was meant for you. You don't know how, you don't know why. But as you read the words that are written over and over and over, obsessively, all along this page, it reads, "And the asylum will be the redhead's prison."
I scan this journal. Take the flyer, pocket it, close the journal, pocket it, and turn to everybody and say, "Something's in the back of the house. No, might be a problem."
Something dangerous.
I just silently nod.
Okay.
Wasn't the contract to clear out that was inside the house? Do we have to clear out what's behind it as well?
Is it loose? Like it's going to cause a problem?
I think no matter what we have, go and look at the well. Personally, we don't know if it's still sealed up. The journal just told me. I agree with Doc. No need going too far. If the contract says a specific thing, we follow the thing. But to go check it out.
So our due diligence to check it out.
I found a Civil War musket, if anyone is interested in that. I don't know how to use it, so...
Is the musket a long arm?
The musket technically is a rifle / long arm. Yes. I can give you the stats real quick. Write them down.
Ellie immediately looks at it and goes, "Yeah, I can use that." And there's like a grin that has now gone on Ellie's face that is very different than the seriousness before. There is a sheer excitement.
I'm imagining it like semi-attached to a sort of plaque, so I kind of like unentangle it from where it's like supported and like get the little bag down, and I hand it to you.
It's like it's kind of stuck there because it's been hanging there for so long. When you finally pulled off, the plaque just falls off the wall and just crashes to the fucking floor.
I try to catch it with my other hand.
You're like, stop it from shattering. Yeah. So core book wise, this would be what is referred to as a Hawken rifle. It has a range of 16. Its damage is 235. Its capacity is 1. And its reload is 3 action points. It's a musket, right? It's one shot and all right, you're going to be reloading for a little bit. But it's 235, which is nice. And all long arms, which are rifles, have the rifle special thing, which is if you focus, I believe the range is like doubled. So yeah, like there's if you have a shotgun is a special trait. If you have a rifle is a special trait. I don't remember what shotgun is off the top of my head.
Looking at him right now, so I'll just check.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to take this from Nemo. It's sort of giddily a little bit. Like I haven't had one of these in a really long time. Sort of situation. So I'm like, yes. And I immediately set about loading it.
Right. Okay. I scuttle down off the fireplace. And I'm going to do a quick, semi-stealthy check around to make sure there's no rooms at all we missed on the interior.
There's not. I'm going to save you time. Like, I mean, if there are, you find them and they're of no consequence, right? It's a manor. I could add like 30 rooms, but yeah, there's like another bathroom or there's a guest bedroom, right? But there's nothing really that catches your attention. Ellie, you've never worked a Civil War musket, but if there's one thing you know, it's rifles. You're damn good with rifles. So you kind of figure it out. You find out like, oh, the ramrod, which is attached to the bottom, and you're like pouring it in and like thinking about what you've heard about in books. And eventually, you pack it in, you do it pretty good. You're like, yeah, I think that'll work. It will, by the way. But you load it for the first time. You're like, all right, I think I got this.
Ellie, have you used one of those before? Looks like you're shaking the hand of an old friend.
Not one case I've used a rifle before, though. Damn, they're nice. They're better than pistols, I can tell you that much.
I don't know why you're so excited about wielding that antique. Something more modern would be a little more reliable, don't you think?
But I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, something more modern will cost a lot more scrip, I think.
You want to buy me one, Tobias?
Mr. Moneybags.
We'll see what the Freyco can get us.
30 scrip, I think, right?
30 scrip. You can buy a pretty nice rifle with 30 scrip.
Yeah, I have to focus first on dust for the arm, though. if I want to keep using it.
This is well then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
You guys head back to the kitchen, out the back door. It actually takes you a little bit to find the well, mainly because it's been so long and neglected that there's a thick overgrown blanket of ivy that sort of like comes atop it. At first you think it's like a bush or whatever, but what sets it apart is the dozens and dozens of large stones resting on top of this bush.
I pull out the journal again. So it looks sealed, right? Just close to it.
Say it again, Jake.
Is the well sealed up?
This definitely looks like the well, and like upon closer inspection you can see that there are heavy moldy planks, and there are just dozens of like decent sized basketball sized rocks that have been stacked on top of these planks.
I pull out the journal in front of you all, and I go to the page as we're kind of looking at this, and I turn and say, this is what I read in here, and I reread that specific entry with the rhyme on it.
Right.
While kind of looking to everybody saying, have any of us met yet? Or Tobias, do you know her? And then I read it.
Miss Barnett? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I might be wrong, but there are two daughters, right? I think the one who's moving back in is Mary, the one whose blood Mr. Barnett needed to heal his other daughter, who I think is the one in the well. Does that sound right?
It sounds like there's a few too many Barnett kids.
There's 3 of them, aren't there?
2 daughters, 1 boy. Yes.
Okay.
So Mary Barnett wants to move in. We got 2 kids that are presumably missing.
Yeah.
We got...
Well, I think the other girl is the one who turns into a puppet, right? That's what the poem said.
Yeah. What does the poem indicate? Who turned into the puppet?
It doesn't indicate a name. All it talks about is, but it was too late. My daughter was porcelain dead. Now I know the truth, though I stopped the well's call. When you watch the traveling show, your children become a doll.
But didn't they say they needed Mary's blood somewhere in there?
Yeah.
The flesh of Mary, it said, is what your daughter needs. She looks just like her mother, is what the well decreed.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think it must be. That's how I'm interpreting it. I could be very wrong, but that's how I'm interpreting it.
So whatever's down there wants Mary.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to take care of this. As much as I hate to admit it, I think we're gonna have to take care of this. We can't let this poor lady move back in here with a never-born monster after her.
Well, hold on. Fraycore can do what they want. They can come in here and they can solve it. We already cleared us out, like Doc said. Right? We just tell Mary, hey, there's a thing here. Why would we go ourselves right now? We fulfilled the contract.
I'm gonna go put my ear to any exposed part of the wood or any place where I can get as close to the surface of the well as possible to see if I hear the skittering, scuttering stuff.
Give me a notice.
All right.
It also seems as though the family knew about it. Wouldn't they know about the well? So if they wanted it cleared out, wouldn't they put it in the contract?
What's my target number for my notice check?
Just flip me a notice.
I'm there with you, Doc.
Oh, I have to tell you because of cheating purposes.
Yeah.
We'll say 8.
9.
Nothing. no howl, no dripping of water, just dead silent.
Yeah, but who was this Mr. Barnett that killed the guard?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
thinking that too.
Was this a recent journal entry, do you think? Like,
How long?
since
How long has the guy been dead, Doc? 2 weeks, he said?
About 2 weeks, based on the rigor mortis and the rot.
I mean, it sounds like Mr. Barnett took his face, but I don't know how that's related to the puppets. And Mr. Barnett's not in the well because he put his daughter in there, I think. I can't hear her in there, though. Maybe it's a very deep well, but...
I'm in the cave, not opening the well. The people can do it. We know what we needed to do here. Or they can send it back.
Until the freight core, you left a possible monster near the house?
And tell me whether or not the contract is fulfilled. If it's not, I'll come back.
I mean, I do think technically we clear the inside of the house, and if it's sealed and she can't get out, then our job is technically done. So,
Tobias, I admire the nobility. If you open it up, I'm here with you. I'll fight with you. But you know where I stand on this.
I mean, it
Can't
looks like
speak for everyone else.
we got 2 against, 1 for. What's your thoughts, Doc?
What?
About going down into the well. What's your thoughts?
Oh, I just kept saying that the contract was completed.
I mean, if everyone's okay with it, what are our thoughts on that?
Tobias, if you think it's important to do, we'll do it.
All the pressure's on you, Tobias.
I know.
We could go back and ask and say, well, we cleared the house as per the
They're
contract.
going to want us to do it anyway, is the thing.
Maybe.
Well, what makes you think that?
They're going to... Do we want to get in good with the freight core or not? I feel like we're doing a halfway.
Oh no.
He's
Tobias
gone.
Froze to
Ghost
death.
got him. The ghost. No. He's fully gone.
He's fully gone, yeah.
No, no.
Oh,
There
he's
we
back.
go.
Am I back?
Yes, you're
He's
back.
back.
We missed you and thought about you.
Yeah.
I said I feel like we're leaving a job half done over here if we don't. I mean, the freight core could give us a nice bonus if we accomplish the mission. You know what I'm saying? Do you want more jobs from them or not? I'd rather get more jobs from them than not.
We are supposed to impress the lady. That's part of the thing, right? To make her feel positively towards the freight core, and maybe going, that one step beyond will be positive to her.
I think at this point, final votes, and we should go, because we can talk about this for a long time. It's a scary well, and we're gonna go going back and forth should we, should we not, should we not? So let's get our final thoughts and go from there. Not a wrong or right answer in this one. It's tough. I'm not trying to trick you guys. I like free will. So if you want to open Pandora's box, you can. If not, we'll see what happens. So let's get our final things, then keep going. So Tobias is pretty set with let's do it. Ellie, what do you got?
I think we already did our job, but you raise a good point, and I guess I'm in with you. You brought us here. You helped us get here. I owe you favor, I'm here.
Okay.
Whoa. Before we step into this, let's think about it. We completed the contract, did we not? We found out information from the book about the well. Should we not bring it to the Freycore and the Lady Barnett and ask them what to do with the well? What if something in the well is precious to the lady and opening it messes up the contract instead of, so as you say, adding a little extra oomph to it? It is my belief, based on what we have found, that whatever is in the well is known by the family. At least that's what the journal says. So,
Did they
leaving
give
it
us
to
a
that.
time limit? Because maybe we could do both. We could go back to the Freycore, tell them what we did and what we saw, and say, and we're going to go back tomorrow and take out the well. And then everybody's happy, right? And then we can sleep in between. And I won't be bleeding, and your bone will be a little bit more covered by flesh for when we have, our interaction with the puppet lady.
All right, you guys are right. We did the job. Let's not risk our life and limb anymore.
Well, we're going to come back, I think. We'll talk to the Freycore and we'll come back and finish it tomorrow.
All right, we'll tell them that.
Okay.
All right. So, tense situation. It's a little bit rough. Everyone's kind of deciding, we're going to go, we're not going to go. With a bit of reluctance for some, you guys decide to leave the well enclosed and
For
leave it.
now.
At this point in time, it's getting late. It's so late at night that like the sun is starting to come up, and it's a few hours travel to get back to the eastern slums. Do you guys want to stop and spend a script or two at the House of LeBlanc, or do you just want to power through?
We can sleep during the day if we have to come back at night. So might as well just go all the way back to the place with the cauldron and sleep.
I'm going to say that there is no, like, I'm trying to tempt you into exhaustion checks right now. I'm just asking, like, if you keep going for another 10 hours, sure, but right now you'll be fine. It's up to you.
I think we got enough time to go back to the sledge, tell the Freycore what we found.
Okay.
Yeah, I think keep going.
I would agree. Once we bring it back to them, they can have some time to make a decision while we take a nap.
All right. You guys continue to power through the downtown. As you do, the sun cresses over the horizon and the city begins to come alive. As you're walking through Tobias, you hear that very familiar call, the call of your core. Extra, read all about it, Additional patrols added to the industrial zone to keep the citizens safe. Get it here, first draft, hot off the press from the Tattler.
Hey kid, let me get one.
Oh, sure, that'll be a pence?
Nickel, I think it was last time.
It's
Pence?
a nickel, but I'm trying to remember the currency because you made me aware that there is one. I need to write that down. It's a nickel.
Sure. Yes.
All right, you grab it, sort of flip it open. It says, in light of the recent violence from rioting MNSU members, Governor General Kitchener has decided to move additional guards to protect citizens and government property. In his public declaration, he stated, the Guild will not tolerate public violence. While we understand the union's fear over job loss, this change in labor is to protect them and allow them to go home to their families safe every day.
Okay. Yeah, I'll believe that. Anyone want to take a look at this?
Yeah.
I
Hand it over.
want to talk to the kid. Yeah, kid, are they still paying you like shit?
I mean, I'm moving up in the world. I'm moving up. I got to come out here and I got to sling papers. And I've been told by the higher ups that eventually I'll be a nice big reporter. I just got to get my big break.
Yeah, kid. Keep at it, kid. One day you'll be a nice big reporter like me, and I'll toss him a dime.
You're a reporter? Oh, thanks, mister. Thanks. You got any scoops?
Scoops? Not yet, kid. I save all the scoops for myself. You keep on the pavement. You'll get some eventually.
Thanks, mister. Hey, what's your name?
Tobias Cook. Look me up. I wrote a few of these stories.
You know what? When I make it, I'm gonna remember you, Mr. Cook. Thanks, Mr. Cook. You have yourself a nice morning.
You too, kid. Keep at it.
Better buy him a Christmas goose. Tobias, better buy this boy a Christmas goose. Keep him warm.
All right, so
Dime,
everyone
that's
takes a look.
That's good lunch.
Everyone. Oh, it's a bias. I have so many plans for you. Everyone takes a look at this player or this paper. I would like, as I know no one has history, I'd like a straight intelligence check. Target number 5 from Doc Murphy.
I'm not looking at the newspaper at all. I'm looking for the man in the top hat. Can I do a notice check for that, or is he just not around?
Give me a notice check.
Okay.
I specifically do want to, like, as I'm looking through the paper, I want to see if Tobias's story about us is in there at all.
Okay. Give me that intelligence check on top of that.
That'd be a 12 of Rams.
So, Nemo.
I got a 13 of Rams.
We drew at the same time.
Saw
Yeah.
what you guys drew. Oh, it was double 9, wasn't it?
Somehow, yeah.
Can I get Nemo to flip another one then? Because that don't make a lick of sense.
Sure.
I'm not a mathematician, but I know there's not 2 9s of Rams in a deck.
You can use my math check if you need it.
What's my target number?
In this situation, target number 6.
Okay, I got an 8.
You look around. You do not spy anyone, and you're a bit unsettled because it's been a little bit since you've seen the man in the top hat. But as you're moving around and like kind of dipping between the crowds, your foot brushes up against something, and you do find a very tall black top hat just resting in the gutter, almost as if it was waiting for you.
I pick it up. Is there anything underneath it?
You open it, or not open it, you pick it up, you look inside. Inside you see a small little tag that says necessities and desires, written in elegant scroll.
This is the thing I got the advertisement for when we were at the fighting pits, right?
Ironically enough, it is.
Right. Okay.
Meanwhile, Doc Murphy, there is a name that leaps off the paper. Governor General Kitchener. On the paper, there's actually like a small picture of him, and you recognize him immediately. His full name is Herbert Kitchener. Historically, Kitchener rose through the ranks of the guild, winning major battles during the Mahadist War. He's known to be a stern man, and you have experience with him. Quite intimate experience.
Does it say anything about what he's up to right now?
It just has his quote and sort of his picture next to it. You're not sure what the title Governor General means, but you could ask someone who's more familiar with the city.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll turn to Tobias. In Malifaux, what does the Governor General do?
Governor General, he runs the joint. He's the guild's head of the guild's head over here.
So to put things specifically, because you would know this, Tobias. Specifically, the Governor General is the head of all the special divisions. Like, the bureaucracy and all the divisions of the guild is stupidly complicated. But, like, so the Governor General is the person that the head of the Nephilim hunters, the witch hunters, the death marshals, the elite divisions, public relations, the agglomeration office, like all these really special divisions to handle special threats. All of those heads report to him. He's not the head honcho. There are quite a few people ahead of him, like above him actually, but like that's his role.
Yeah, but he runs things as far as Malifaux is concerned.
He runs things as far as special divisions are concerned. Like the head of Malifaux would be the Magister. The Magister is like the president of Malifaux. He is below him, and judging on who you talk to, he's below other people. Like some people would argue the Soulstone Commission is more important than the Governor General for obvious reasons with how important Soulstone is to the world and everything.
And does he act like any other guild honcho?
No, he's kind of he makes the decisions of what the special divisions do. So he's their boss.
But I mean, the current one, do you know him at all?
No, I've never seen him.
Very few people have seen him. You know his name? His name is Lucius. Lucius, I keep wanting to say Malfoy.
Are you talking about the Magister or the Governor General now?
We're talking about the Governor General.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I thought you were
Kitchener.
talking about the Magister.
No.
We know the Governor General's name because it's in the paper.
Yeah. But have you heard anything about him?
About him, he sits up in the Governor General's mansion and makes decisions, and that's about all we know.
He tends to keep to himself. Yeah.
All right. I'll fold the paper up or like tuck it in half and give it to whoever wants it next.
Nice. For the most part, the rest of you don't find anything that really jumps out at you via in the paper. It was just you specifically, Doc Murphy. Do we continue? Are we good? Do you want to talk to anyone about your new souvenir that you found, Nemo?
I'm just carrying the top hat with me. I'm not trying to hide it, but I don't talk to anybody about it.
It's a bit large. It's very tall. Yeah.
100% if we would see it. And as soon as you come over, who would you steal that one from?
I found it on the ground. So, from the ground, I suppose.
And where was the mark at the time?
Not next to his hat. It doesn't have a name in it, otherwise I would definitely be returning it.
You want to try it on?
No.
No.
No, I don't want to. There is a tag in it, but it doesn't have a name. It has Tobias, are you familiar with I think it might be a store. It's called what is it called? Necessities and
Desires and necessities.
So desires and necessities. It's got the little logo here. I'm going to show them the little tag inside the hat.
Desires and necessities. Is that a literacy check? Or,
yeah, give me a printing check in this case.
Printing. All right.
I'm gonna mix
I
it
got
up.
a 13 plus 1. 14 rams.
Yeah.
Got a good idea.
Heard it. It's in the nicer district. It's right around the corner from the Star Theater, actually. It's
Yeah,
in a bit of an alleyway, but you've like seen the sign kind of reflecting at night sometimes.
Hey, you found a pretty expensive hat. The store is downtown.
That's weird. I saw an advertisement for it once before. It sort of just, this will sound stupid, but it kind of just appeared on the floor of the sledge. And I don't think anyone who was at the sledge that night would be able to buy something from a nicer store. I don't think that's offensive to anybody, but
Don't look like it.
no. So
You want to go visit there?
no,
Sometime?
I don't.
Okay.
I say you keep it, sell it at a pawn shop. Get some money for it.
Do you want it?
I'm good. Doesn't fit my style.
Right.
I'll try it on for a second, just to see.
I hand it to you.
You take it, and even before you put it on, you can't help but notice that though it's a very tall hat, like the interior, the shape is very small. It doesn't even look like it would fit Nemo. And it kind of sits really awkwardly on your head.
If I noticed that, can I do a check to see if there's something or some space between where it fits over the head and the top of the hat? Like, is there a compartment or is there something stored in there?
I mean, I'll save you a flip. No, there's nothing. There's no hidden rabbits or.
I check for
anything.
traps in the hat.
No traps in the hat. It's just very, very small, very odd.
I want to put
Miss
it on.
Ellie, you look absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it doesn't fit your head well. I mean, nothing crazy happens when you put it on. Just doesn't fit your head well.
Well, I can't rock a top hat.
You do whatever you want.
I think the proportions are a little off. Not saying you couldn't rock a top hat, but one that doesn't fit you and is about, well, a couple times over your head.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right. I take it off, hand it back to Nemo.
Might
Put
be able
back
to
on my
hold
own
that.
hat.
Might be able to put your long arm in there.
Don't
The
worry, Ellie,
musket
with that.
slung over my shoulder.
Don't worry, Ellie. With that 30 script, we'll get you a nice Egyptian headdress. How does that sound?
It's in fashion.
I'll take some new clothes, actually, and maybe something to help out, and I gesture to the arm.
What's Egypt like? Is it nice?
What?
What's Egypt like? Is it nice?
It's hot.
Very hot.
They have some really good burgers and chicken sandwiches there, though.
Burger. Nice. Right.
Nemo, you've never been to Egypt. Were you
How
born
would I-
here?
Yes.
In the city?
Yes.
You seem surprised by that. Is that a normal thing? Are people not born in the city?
I mean, you seem a little old, but that's interesting.
Well, I mean, I don't remember being born, but yeah, it was in the city. I haven't been to Egypt.
Okay.
Oh, look, it's the sledge. Right there, around the corner.
Oh, you're here because you've been walking and talking the entire time.
The
That's
whole
true.
time.
So good. So good. I like the idea that was actually a lot longer of a pause. Like, it's a solid 10 minutes of us walking
Yeah.
silently before you go, oh, look.
You're going, I was born.
A few times you repeat the question, and Nemo's just like looking around, not saying
A
anything.
bird.
If you don't want to answer, it's fine. But
Eventually you guys make it back to the sledge. The fear crops sort of let you in. Gotta leave your guns outside still. They're big on that, right?
we gotta say it like every time he says it wrong.
Freycore.
Freycore. God,
Freycore.
trying so
No, you're
hard.
doing great. We're here to heckle you.
There are so many words in this system that are words that I can't
There are
pronounce.
so many words in the world.
My ability to pronounce words are very, very limited and very bad. And when you introduce words from other languages, I fall apart at the seams. I'm sorry. I mean,
Fall apart at the
beautiful
seams.
languages. I'm terrible at words. I'm bad word boy. I'm bad word boy. I'm bad math boy. I'm bad boy.
As
Sorry.
we approach the sledge, right, as the floor begins to chat with us, I want to just be chatting back. Which one of you has the sword? The one that accosted us. That's the one we need to talk to. Also, are
Someone
there
from
any
the wall.
competitions coming up?
Go ahead. Someone from the wall says, that is not important. We are of the same unit. Whoever accosted you is part of the Fear Court. If she accosted you, or he, then we all accosted you. And no, the guild has been cracking down due to the strikes of the union. So unfortunately, it is too dangerous to gather them here together, lest there be arrest in a raid.
Last question I have for you. You know where Danny is? Can you leave a message?
Danny is a respected fighter. If he can do such a thing.
Okay. Could you leave a message?
Yes.
Good. Looking for sharing a drink. Arm wrestling competition. Ellie.
We will relay this message. Please, enter. So you guys are led into sort of the sledge, the fighting arena. The cage is still there, but it's barren here. There's maybe like 3 fear crops. One of them is sitting behind the desk where the Duke of Dirt used to sit. But it's a ghost town compared to like the rowdy experience that you had the first time you came there. They sort of sit up straight as they see you approach, viewing behind those classic goggles and that pulled over mask. And they say, "Ah, yes. What is it? I believe you are the potential recruits that we have set on a mission."
Mission complete.
Good, good. Why don't you tell me what has happened? And he sort of opens like a big leather book and begins to jot down in it as you recount your experience.
We were perhaps assuming that you'd want us to go back in and deal with the well.
I mean, we could put a potential bonus of maybe 10 scripts in here, but judging by the severity of this creature, we would most likely result in explosives and take care of it from a more safe distance. The fact is, you have cleared out the house, which will make Miss Barnett pleased, which will be a valuable ally for the Field Corps.
Are you gonna tell Miss Barnett about the well?
We will. Originally, Miss Barnett, the guild was sort of putting her in a position where until she signs a contract favoring them for political means, they were refusing to allow her house to be cleared out and exploiting her. But now that we have gone under the radar and cleared it out, she will be most grateful, and she will instead work for the Fear Corps and give us access to new individuals that are difficult to get in access with in higher society.
We did share with him as well about Mr. Barnett, who, if I'm interpreting things correctly, is just out there somewhere taking faces.
We will inspect and question Miss Barnett about this. Her personal family business is none of our concern. We merely wish to help her and assist her.
And you
Doc walks
haven't
away from the conversation.
heard anything about, faces coming off.
What was that, baby?
You haven't heard anything about faces coming off that alarmed anyone.
We were aware it was infested with some sort of individual.
No, I mean outside of the house. If he is indeed outside of the house, taking people's faces off.
We have not.
All right. Well, probably something to keep an ear out for then.
Yeah. Just a heads up. The Fear hear at all about a bounty for a Barnett? Count me in. I'm interested.
We will keep our ear to the ground. Normally, if you want to hear about bounties, you will have to interact with the Cage of Grace, with the guild, which we do not recommend, but for a more shady way of finding out, you will have to go into the quarantine zone. Particularly, let me find out what place it is, because there's like 10 places in the quarantine zone.
I'm gonna kind of look behind us to see where the doctor is going. Is he leaving entirely or just stepping away?
No, he's still able to listen in, but he just kind of turned and he's trying to look like he's not paying attention anymore.
Okay.
Particularly in Scape Town is where you will want to go.
Escape Town.
Now then, I believe we are to discuss the matter of payment. Have you decided what it is you wish to be paid in, outside of course, the study script that has been agreed upon via your contract with the field court?
I know these two want some soul dust for their arms.
Yeah, I need some, please.
This, what you ask is difficult and problematic. We can give you enough soul dust for 2 doses, but understand a contact of such means will be difficult to find. We can point you in the right direction where you can meet this person, but it could be dangerous. Is this the contact that you wish to be introduced to?
Yeah, for me, that works out for me. Put me in the right direction. Send me the 2 bits of dust that you already have, and I'll call it you.
Very well. He sort of looks to like one of the people behind his shoulder. They leave, go in the back room, come out with like a small wooden case, open it up, and there's 2 very small like science vials that are about a quarter full of soul dust. Those should be enough to get you guys through the next month, because there's 2 of them, both of you individually. After you're given that, he says, very well. In 2 weeks from now, Mr. Barrows will be throwing a party inside the Barrows, a high society party. You will need an invitation, we can give you one. The party is a masquerade, and we know that our contact will be wearing a jackal mask. Go there, and be cautious, introduce yourself, and if you play your cards right, you could find a powerful ally who could help you acquire soulstone, soul dust, and help you with things of a strange origin inside the city. We do not know their name, we do not know who they are. All we know is this is where they will be.
Thanks. I got one more request for me. I don't speak for everybody else here.
Sorry. Say that one more time because I had to plug in my headphones.
Thanks. And I got one more request. I do not speak for everybody else here, so just for me. You don't happen to know who his lordship is, do you? Name-wise?
We are not familiar with his name.
Okay, thank you. And I turn and I walk home.
It's the man who collects rent in the building that you're having us stay at.
We know that the guild interacts many times with the union. Right now, we are more concerned with. Let me find his name.
Mr. Barrows?
Not Mr. Barrows. There's my NPCs. Right now, we are more concerned with Fitzsimmons and the things he speaks of that he is going to do.
Simmons.
Yes, Mr. Fitzsimmons is an important and influential figure inside the USC. There have been talks that he has a plan to take back the factory from the guild. We are worried and trying to do damage control.
Guild took this factory from the MNSU.
We have not taken the factory from anybody. It has to do with the rising tensions between the guild and the MSU. The soulstone processing facility, it is how you say, a powder keg. And we fear that Fitzsimmons may do something brash.
Okay. Simmons. Anything you need any extra muscle with?
I mean,
Got a few mercenaries looking for jobs, I guess.
if you could go down there and perhaps quell the anger in stopping something from exploding, that would be good. We fear it could draw too much attention to the fear core, and Fitzsimmons has refused to tell us what he is planning because he continues to insist that we are not workers, we are not part of the guild, and it is union business only.
Right. Well. So for now, what you're actually hiring us to do is to go down to the Barrow party.
The Barrow party is up to your own decision. It
Yeah,
will
that's part of
happen
our
in a few
reward.
weeks. Yes, yes. We can get you an
Okay.
invitation, but the party is in a few weeks. In the meantime, if you want to do the Thircore a favor, we could give you a favor in return. If you are interested in actually joining the Thircore, we would have to talk to Von Schill, and we could have use of you. We also recommend is that if this is a path you wish to continue on, killing, murdering, bounty hunting, or whatever, you may want to find someone who can sell you weapons. We would be willing to introduce you to, not say best contact, but a contact nonetheless who could help you in this endeavor.
What do we have to do for that contact?
You'll have to go into the quarantine zone. You will have to go to this house. Again, let me look because there's so many places. You will have to go to the Sink in Gremlin's Wharf. In there, you will find an individual. Oh man, what's his name? Hold on. In there, you will find a place. I'll tell you his name in a little bit. I gotta go through my notes to find out what this guy's name is.
Is it a gremlin?
Sink in Gremlin Wharf.
The place is called Gremlin's Wharf.
Right.
Yes.
Sounds like we have several errands ahead of us.
Yeah, we're kind of bouncing it around. I'm giving you guys a lot of decisions on where you go. You can try to get some weapons. You can go and talk to Joshua Fitzsimmons if you want. But it is gonna take like a couple weeks. And so right now you guys are kind of on the clock. You have side stuff to do, but like you have tickets to the Star Theater eventually. You have tickets to this masquerade now. That's gonna be a whole episode because you're gonna need masks. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You're gonna have to get dressed up.
Are they paying for our clothes?
You gotta, right? It's high society. You can't go to a masquerade without some cool masquerade costumes.
Are they paying for it, or
they are not paying for it?
I already have a mask on.
We got 30 script. We can get something fancy.
Yeah,
Well,
you guys just got 30 script.
We have 7 script per person. 7.5 script per person, isn't it? Or is it 30 per person?
No, it's 30
that's
total.
A lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 30 total.
Lot.
Am I wrong?
Sorry.
Okay. 7 script can get you something nice. Maybe we can dumpster dive for the rest of it. Rich people always throwing out their old costumes.
Tobias, how much longer do you have for the second story? Aren't we all supposed to receive about 10 script each for that?
I'll write this down and see what we can do about this. We got a headline: immigrants clear out house for a poor woman.
Aren't we supposed to be doing this sort of on the down low? Are you going to
We
muddy it
can
up a
make the Freakcore out
bit?
of it.
Yeah, and
It's about immigrants being heroes. That's the story that people want to hear.
Yeah, and
that's
it's
the story
about
the guild wants to publish.
Hannah and her mother, Louise Melville, and their doctor friends, Carlos Montana.
And of course, your friend Tobias could just happen to be in the area.
Yeah.
Saw the story and asked a few questions.
Right.
They'll eat it up. Let me tell you.
All right. While we decide what we're going to do next, I think this is a good time to take that quick pause and come back after the break. Just a reminder, if you guys want to enter a chance to win that shirt, ! Loot. And in the meantime, we'll see you guys in 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be here.
and welcome back to Twisted Veil. We have our winner for the shirt. Everyone is always a winner here at Twisted Veil, but sometimes people win things, and that winner is Washkulas. So congrats, Washkulas. We'll get your information. We'll send some people over there to get you that cool shirt. And with that, welcome back, and let's get right into it. So, you guys are kind of still at the sledge, and you have a chance to decide where you're gonna go, what you want to do, who you're gonna visit.
I think the first thing we should do is sleep, because it has been probably about 24 hours, maybe more, since we've slept.
Okay.
That too.
Yeah,
Well,
can we divvy money, please?
I mean, I'm going to leave that to you guys. If 30 divided 4 ways is
7.5.
7? 7.5?
7.5.
Cool. Awesome. So everyone
we-
gets 7.5 script.
Are we splitting it just 4 ways equally?
Sounds about right. We all pulled our weight.
Great. Wonderful.
I want to talk to these Fearcore guys about going to this Gremlin's War. Now, there's a place we can buy weapons, right?
This is correct.
All right. So they'll have armor. They'll have some armor. They'll have a bulletproof vest, something like that I can purchase.
They will have things that will help you. Understand, this is sort of a freebie. There are people with better quality goods, but boomsticks is the first place that we recommend.
Okay. Let's check that out first. If they don't suit our needs, we'll find you.
You said it was called boomsticks?
This is correct. Yes.
Does it have a
Boomsticks.
sign?
There is a sign. It should be too hard to find, as some locals around, and they should assist you. Normally,
Nice.
the guild leaves the Gremlin Wharf alone for the most part, because it is a terrible place. It is fortunate that it is the fall and not summer, otherwise you will have the insect problem.
Yeah.
That's good. I don't want to deal with no bugs.
Let's hit the hay, sleep for a bit, and then we can go off.
That sounds about right.
Do we want to fast forward through that?
I'm gonna say, because you guys are nearby, is it safe to assume that you just kind of go back to like the living
Yeah.
shelter with all the union members?
I only do one thing while I'm at the Union shelter.
Okay.
And that is, I now have 16 script to my name.
Okay.
And I take 10 of it and I find Abby's dad, who kind of showed us around. And I approach him and say, "Hey, for everybody here, anybody who's late on rent," and I give him a script.
When you show up, before you can do this, the scene has changed. There is a crowd that is gathered around a curmudgeon-y looking individual. Wait, nope, that's not the right one. Sorry. There we go. He's an old man. He has a sort of a hooked nose and a face that seems to rest in a snarl. He has ashen gray mutton chops that are spiked out around the cheeks, and a dusty brown bowler hat rests on his head. And slung over his shoulder is a large sign that has the very recognizable ram skull of the guild with like a big red X crossed through it. And on the map, I will show what he looks like.
All right. I will say on our way up to the building, I will. Does Ellie have a bag or a satchel or something?
No, I have like a trench coat, like a duster, and that's really what I store most of my stuff in the pockets of that coat.
I will. I don't know stealthily, but it's okay if you notice. I'll have moved the little wooden toys that I have in my pockets and just put them into your pockets.
Yeah, the 12-inch boat. I'll probably notice when you take the 12-inch.
The 12-inch boat, I believe we left because
No, it's
Doc
in
used to
Doc's
put it in his bag.
I think he put it in the bag, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You took that, right, dog?
Yeah, I have it in my bag.
I got that line.
So as I enter in, is this guy sitting here, right? It's late, and I kind of shuffle in. Nemo, I noticed, put the toys in. Nod. Yeah, okay. What's this guy saying? What's he doing?
Okay. Sorry. Slight
Picture
technical
not going up?
problems. I'm trying. So I assume you guys can probably see it on Forge. I'm trying to get his artwork up on the stream.
I can't see it on Forge either if it's on the map.
Yeah, I know.
But you can paint us a beautiful picture.
There we go.
With words.
How's that look?
Oh, very handsome. Hi.
Yeah. So you see this individual who is standing on top of a series of milk crates, and he's just shouting in a gritty English voice. They come in here and they take our jobs, they take everything we want from us, and we bend our backs and break for them. But I can tell you, brothers, I can tell you, sisters, no longer. Stick with me, rally with me, and we'll make them bleed. We'll make them understand why they need the Union above everything else.
Here, here.
Here, here.
The rally continues to talk, and one by one, different members come up, and he's like, "Oh, brother, where do you work? Where do you work?" And he's like, "Oh, I work down in the mines next to Promise and whatnot." And he's like, "Right, come along." And he's sort of gathering up people into a group to take into a back room and talk to them.
I'm interested. I line up.
You stand in the line, and eventually you get to the front, and he says, "Oh, sister, which district are you part of? Where have you worked?"
Sledge, I've worked there hard. It was difficult. And then I'm from here.
Worked at the Sledge. I mean, that's not really a working district. Have you worked?
You'd be surprised. It's two fists. It's hard there.
Roll a persuasion check. Target number 7.
Okay. As I just am kind of staring at this guy, yeah. Target number 7 for persuasion. 3.
Yep.
Solid 3.
Got a 3, Brent.
3. As I stare at him, I think I'm not trying to be very persuasive. So I'm sort of just telling him what I've done already.
That face continues to rest in a snarl, and he says, "Well, I appreciate your courage, but I don't think this line's for you, miss."
I pull up 3 script, and I show it to him, and I say, "Not even for an investor for the union? Former union member. Wisconsin."
He hands you the script back and says, "The guild operates in bribery, but we here are honest folk. Do you have anyone to vouch for you?"
I want to approach the man.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, we may not be union representatives, but we may not be union workers, but we're very pro-union. If you catch my drift, we have a variety of other talents. Other than mine and soulstone, we can do a few things for you if you understand what I mean. I'd like to try to make a convince check if that's okay.
Are you still carrying your shotgun?
I imagine I stashed it in my bag. Like, it's not obvious.
Okay. He eyes sort of, the big musket that's slung over Ellie's shoulder. But without your shotgun, it's going to be a target number 8.
I'd like to aid in looking around during this and saying, ask anybody here. Ask who Ellie Wylie is. They'll probably know.
I don't
Yeah.
think I need your aid, but
Take it anyways. Like, with that said, like, immediately people are gonna like, oh, yeah, we know Ellie. I mean, after that show you put on and how much you guys gave back and everything, you'll get a bonus flip just in case.
all right. Let me flip one more time. I got a 10, but let me. All right. Yep. It's gonna be a 16 of masks.
He looks you both over and he's like, all right. Right this way. Follow me. He leads you into one of the back rooms where, like, you can notice the people he's allowed back here seem to be abled body individuals. There's like a few knives you see sort of like strapped to people's boots. A couple of them even have pistols at their side. These are armed individuals ready to cause a ruckus. They all sit down, and he sets his sign up in the corner and he says, for the longest time, it's been damn slave labor. You got skilled craftsmen, honest working men and women willing to give their sweat and blood to provide for their families. And what do we get? We get sent off to the slums where they charge us tooth and nail. And then they send us right back to the mines to work ourselves to death. The guild are greedy fools. They want to build this railway off the back of convicts and automatons. What kind of damn fool is going to take the money out of hard-working folk to entrust a public transportation system to bitter, mistreated convicts? Brothers, sisters, I have a plan. The railway can be rerouted. If you inhabit different outposts, different boxes where they have those wires and those soul stones, we can force it to the company, and we can take a damn big shipment of those soul stones and kick them in the ass and show them what it's like to mess with the Union.
How many people are like in this room?
Other than the two of you, 5.
Okay. Okay.
I want to look at each of the people in this room. How many of them look like they're ready? If I'm understanding this correctly, how many of them look like they're ready to do a train heist?
They look angry. But as you're looking around, you see that like one of them is kind of fumbling with their pistol, trying to figure out how to load it, and like bullets are like falling out as he accidentally holds it upside down, and they just like clatter on. He's like, oh shit, and he like starts to grab him and try to put him back into the chamber.
Is it happening?
Say it again, Jake.
When is it happening?
2 days from now. Most of you ain't even gonna get into combat. You just have to get to the boxes to reroute the train. The guild's gonna try to shut it down, but if you rewrite the power, we can get out of there with it. I just need a few able-bodied souls to go in with me into the factory, and don't you worry. Joshua Fitzsimmons got a special surprise for those damn bastards.
Gonna kill anybody?
Guild comes in, they might die. Not like they ain't killing us every day when they're starving us, pinching us for money.
What do we get? Other than justice.
Well, I can assure you right now, with the prison uniforms I have, they're going to think twice about giving labor to convicts. And once we ship this train full of soulstones off to my contractors, each and every one of you will get at least a laid 3 soulstone.
That's not bad.
Yeah, Tobias, so you know about that, right?
Yeah.
For you, you're like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, that's what's going through your head, Ellie. For you, soulstones are kind of like diamonds their worth is based on their laid. It's like a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, or I think 0 is the lowest, but like 3's pretty good. On top of that, soulstones have magical properties, which when you guys get your hands on one, I'll explain them to you. But let me just say, they're really good. Having one is a very useful item.
I'm gonna say to Ellie, you want one, you don't want to get caught with one.
Yeah, 100%.
How do we sign up?
You want to join a train heist just like that?
I'm just trying to find out how to sign up for this. We don't have to sign, but I want to bring it to the other two.
He just says, he smiles and he's like, You look like an able body. I'd like you on the front lines with me. Inside the warehouse. Ain't no signing up here, this ain't the guild. You show up early morning, 2 days from now. That's all I ask. If you're not there, I understand it's dangerous.
Where do I show up?
He tells you, in the industrial district, you're gonna need to show up to the soulstone processing facility. And Tobias, again, you being from here, you know that like, so everything comes in raw, right? And they have to process it, they have to crush it down. There's like an incredibly difficult process with soulstones. Soulstones, normally like in their raw form, they are unbreakable and they kind of cling to rocks. So people have to apply incredibly dense heat, like amazing amounts of heat, to melt them down into a liquid form, and then they send them in bricks to the processing facility where they interact with them, crush them, find out what the late is, and then sell them back to like different countries and empires back Earthside.
Okay. Alright, we know what we got to go. Should we want to do this? Let's talk to our compatriots, and let's definitely get better prepared for this mission. I wanna. I think that's. Well, let me talk to this guy. This is Fitzsimmons, right? What's his name? Joshua Fitzsimmons. All right.
Joshua Fitzsimmons.
Joshua, Mr. Fitzsimmons, I'm all for this mission, but these guys you got here, it doesn't seem like the most able-bodied individuals. This guy can't even keep his bullets in his gun.
I mean, between you and me, kid, they're all gung-ho. I was gonna put them on the boxes, the power boxes, to make sure they can allow the train to leave. That's gonna be the first way the guild's gonna try to shut us down. Most of these folks, they're workers, the mechanics. As long as they can keep the power running, they can get out of there. I was planning to go in solo, going buck, running into the warehouse, but I see this girl over here, the way she has that rifle, and there's grit in her eye. There's the way she stands, I think she's a killer.
Okay. How are we... why don't you tell me more about this plan? We're going to the Soulstone processing facility. We're going to steal a train from there?
Train's going to be coming in. We're going to shut off all the... sorry, go ahead, Jake.
I leave.
Okay.
I'm going to go find the crew. Keep going. I'm walking out of the room.
He says, there's gonna be a train loaded up. The facility is going to be abandoned because all the workers are gone. They don't want anything to do with it, but they know what's happening. Meanwhile, we go in. We're gonna have to hold it down for a little bit, load it up using the machinery, and then we take the train out of there. We reroute it, drop it off. It's gonna crash in a different district in the industrial zone. We got looters nearby to fill their sacks full of soul stones. We get out on the train. Now, it ain't gonna be pretty. The second this goes down, the guild's gonna be sending in all sorts of guards. But it's a defendable position. And I'm bringing my own special surprises to make sure they can't get in easy.
Okay. The workers there, are they going to be our union boys or are they going to be guild boys?
All the workers are gonna be outside. It's just gonna be me and the redhead over there with a nice gun. Unless you want to offer yourself as well.
I mean, I'm handy with a shotgun, but I can't take on 10 guild officers.
Well, it's very defensible. And I'm bringing some surprises. 3, I think, can hold down the fort. We get a couple more. We're gonna be right as rain.
All right. Let me talk to my boys. We'll see what we can do about this. We'll see if we want to help you out.
I'll be here.
I'm gonna walk back out with Ellie.
There is something I would like to have been doing while they were in that meeting, and it's what they'll find me doing probably, depending on how long it takes.
I'll say 5 or 10 minutes. What are you up to?
Yeah, I'm looking for a hiding place kind of in the room that we have, like under any sort of loose floorboard or like tucked inside of the mattress if I have to make a little incision to put it in there. Is there some place that I can store stuff that's not going to be just out?
You're not trying to hide yourself, right?
No, I'm trying to hide some stuff.
Yeah, so you go around, you feel around the room, and with just how decrepit and how this building is on like the border of being condemned, you find like a loose brick that you can like take a small object in and like carve and wiggle free, and you can like put something in there.
Okay. I'm going to put in Sunday dress. I don't know how many sets of doll limbs I got. I think 4 or 5 doll limbs and heads. I think that's all I have left from the house. I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to unwind. I have around my wrist something that I don't think any of you would have seen. Again, depending how long it takes, you might see me do this. There's a small silver chain around my wrist that's too long to really be around my wrist, but I wrapped it around a couple times and clasped it. And I take it off, and I'm going to put it in a little cubby, look at it for a second, put it back on, clasp it, stick it back under my coat sleeve. Make sure my coat pockets are kind of empty for our next thing we're doing, and close the cubby.
You have that moment of like, oh, I want to put it in, but I don't. You try to shove the dress in the doll parts. It's a whole dress. It's like a brick, doesn't fit. So like you're like fuck, and you take out like a small knife and begin to sort of chisel out a few more bricks. So it's like enough of a pocket that you can put it in, but you do successfully do it.
Yeah, cool. That's all I wanted to do.
All right. Doc, are you doing anything specific, or are you ready to hear from your friends?
Yeah, I was just prepping for bed.
Okay. Ellie, Tobias.
Yeah, while you're like good putting your stuff away, I'm on the other side of the room, taking bricks out of the wall.
Has Doc gotten to that point where he's just like, that's just fucking Nemo?
Yeah, I mean, he might have like side-eyed it a little bit and saw that you were like trying to be a little bit private and just turned back around and not pay attention.
Appreciate that.
Very
We're
nice.
in a room. You get your privacy.
All right. Ellie and Tobias come out.
Walk into the bedroom. where Nemo and Doc are. I'm assuming Tobias is right behind me. Just rub my eyes and say, yeah, that guy is talking about some interesting things up in the next few days. It's late. You want to talk about the morning over breakfast? Or are you having the energy to hear it now, you two?
Very
Yes,
Is
good.
it
ready to
something that
listen.
needs to happen now?
Everyone talk at once. Go.
I don't think so. I think it could wait, personally. I'm a little tired.
Yeah.
And I'm hungry. So I'm excited to be House of Love in the morning.
I don't think a good decision is ever made on tired eyes and a hungry stomach.
Agreed.
Yeah, in the morning we'll talk about how we're going to spend the rest of the day as well. The next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got time to kill. Let's get some shut-eye.
Are you not going back to your apartment?
You staying with us, Tobias?
I'll hang here for today. I don't think we got, I'm exhausted. We've been up for almost a whole day. I'm tired.
Right.
All right. And I put my arm on the table and ready myself for an arm wrestling competition with Tobias. There's only
Until
one way
that's done.
to decide beds. Good luck, Tobias.
Oh shit, is there only 3 beds in here?
There's
Alright,
only
fuck that.
2 beds in here,
I'll go back home.
Tobias.
Fuck that, I'll go back home. Yeah, no, I'll sleep in my own bed tonight. I don't need to wrestle. I don't need to lose a wrestling contest just to sleep on the ground. I'm good.
But I mean, I can sleep on the ground. But you'll need to sit. You'll need to sit LeBlanc's tomorrow. You'll need to stay
Yeah, let's go.
for spaghetti.
Spaghetti breakfast.
Yeah.
The breakfast of champions, I hear.
So
You took the floor last time. I'll take it this time. We can take
I
turns.
can do it. I can do it.
Doc's already like laying down his coat and stuff to lay on in his sack, like pulling the gauze towards the forward part of his sack so they can lay on it, and he's already settling down.
Doc is next one on the list. Then it's you, Nemo, and then it's me again. So if we keep to that rotation, and I'm in bed already, putting my head down and going to bed.
I kind of jump over Doc Murphy to kind of follow Tobias down the hallway a little bit. It's like mostly silent, so you don't notice I'm behind you. Just like, Tobias,
Trying to sneak up on me?
no. No, I don't think so. No. I'm sorry we didn't. I'm sorry we didn't kill the thing in the well, because you thought it was important, and I'm sorry that we didn't do it.
The Frey Corps seemed like they got a handle on it. We did our job, and I'm not about to force people to go into uncertain doom to just to help someone out. I feel like we
Did you want to do it to help someone out?
It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. This lady, you know, she's gonna help the Frey Corps, and the Frey Corps is gonna help everyone.
Right. Well, still, next time there's a large hole with a monster in it, we can fight it if it's the right thing. If you think it's the right thing to do.
Appreciate that, Nemo.
Good night. I turn around and I go back down the hallway.
Keep on going.
Hop over Doc.
Catch a trolley back to the apartment.
all right. Everyone goes to sleep, and Tobias makes his way back to the apartment. But this time, the camera follows him. I gotta switch the music.
It gets
I
even
gotta
a
switch the
change in music. Whoa.
Tobias, you make your way deep into the early morning. It's a little more difficult to blend in. Your ways of stealth are not one of hiding in shadows, but just like kind of turning, sitting on a bench, acting like you're talking to people. And you find the small hole where the barrier of the quarantine zone, sort of like the sheets of metal and tin have sort of peeled apart, and the fence is like ripped open, and you duck under, go inside, and make your way deeper and deeper into this area. There are all sorts of like large manors, rich houses that are boarded up, covered, like the windows are covered with like 2x4s that have just been hammered there. And though it is an incredibly beautiful area of town that just has like this gothic Victorian feel to it, everything is silent. And eventually you duck down an alleyway, find sort of like a broken open wall.
I wanna pull out my shotgun just in case.
You pull
You
it
never
out,
know.
just
You never know. This isn't the safest neighborhood.
you're ready. You cock the two triggers back of your double barrel and make your way deeper in. You head down the alleyway. You find the broken wall with the staircase that leads down into your office. Inside, there is a bed. Water is plop, plop, sort of dripping from the ceiling. And the second you walk in, almost like it immediately knows you're there, the ham radio secrets, secrets turns on, and it's like this radio station that's flipping back and forth, and a lot of the words are discernible, but you just keep hearing secrets, and then like for a moment it goes silent, and then it turns back on, and within the crackling static you hear Tobias, and then it crackles and shuts down.
It's certainly never done that before. Let me take a little bit closer. Let me put the headset on and let me kind of tune in a little bit. It didn't just say my name, did it?
You
Fiddle with
put
the
the
knobs.
headsets on, you listen to it, and it's like, and in today's news we have to tell you about Tobias, and in today's news it's very important that there are secrets, and it like continues to crackle back and forth, and every time, like as it's switching between these channels, sometimes you can hear songs, sometimes you hear like sports broadcasts, but there's always a word that is louder and doesn't seem to fit into the broadcast. And like the longer you listen to this, the harder it is on your ears. Like they begin to kind of ache a little bit. But like being a reporter, you take out your pen and paper and you're writing.
Mm-hmm.
And at first, like it's a sports broadcast where every time it's like saying the word the, it's like, all right, and he throws it downfield and the, right? It just, it like the, and you start writing it down, and then like the next one, and it goes on, and eventually through these series of like really irritating, unpleasant sounds of static and screeching, you find yourself just sweat pouring down your forehead after you take the headphones off, and you see you have written the words, "The false voice will know your name."
The false voice will know your name.
And many, many times you do hear the word Tobias.
Okay. That's very creepy. As far as I know, the radio's never spoken to me before.
No, it's always been a little weird. It turns on sometimes and it has like songs, or it goes to channels you weren't expecting, but it's never said your name. You've always assumed like, I don't know, maybe it's weird, it's broken.
I'm gonna take a look around, maybe like look out the windows, make sure no one's like playing a prank on me or anything. Make sure the antenna's okay on it, because this is nuts.
Everything seems normal.
Okay. I think I'd like to start making a broadcast, I think. It's just start the process of recording the next broadcast.
Okay. You spend the night doing that. I'm gonna get a broadcast from you eventually, and
Do my homework.
yeah. You go to sleep.
Sounds about right.
Jake just had a big brain moment. I see him
Yeah,
over there.
I know. I'm up, Tobias. I see you. Tobias. I'm going in there, putting the journal.
You're asleep too.
You're asleep, Jake. Shut up.
Fever dreams. Epiphany.
All right. We're gonna say, for simplicity's purpose, the next morning you wake up. Tobias, you do not have a good sleep. Most of your sleep is kind of like blurred dreams. And though we live in an age before TV in this current show, everything seems to be static. The voices are broken. You have these vivid dreams about like the adventures you've been going on recently with your party, but when they talk to you, there's just that static, and it hurts. It hurts a lot. It hurts like glass being shoved into your ears. It is a very, very painful experience whenever your friends talk to you during this dream. You wake up in a cold sweat. You feel groggy as hell, but that's your night, and you eventually meet back up with your party.
Okay.
Breakfast spaghetti.
More spaghetti.
I'll need a lot of spaghetti after last night's sleep, I'll tell you what.
Didn't sleep well.
It's been a night. You ever have a dream that you keep follows you all night? Like you wake up from it, you go back to sleep, you just have the same thing again and again?
No. Well,
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. So you guys know it's been a rough night. Nemo, consider yourself lucky.
yeah.
Did you want to talk about it?
There's not much to say, just painful dreams.
Not about the house or anything.
About the house, about going out, must be from going through the breach so many times.
I know some people in Ireland that think that dreams have meaning. Do you think yours had a meaning?
It could be.
Going through the breach can do things to you.
Yeah. People hallucinate when they come through. People smell things that aren't there. People hear things that aren't there. They got visions. They got see any number of things. Can't be good for your brain, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
But this is Malifaux, you know? Strange things happen all the time.
Well, if you don't want to talk about it, Ellie, you said you had something you needed to be said.
Yeah, I do. I order breakfast, and as they're sitting there, tomorrow, bright in the morning, right? Bright in the morning tomorrow, we have an opportunity if we want to. Are there any guild members that look around here?
I mean, it's safe to say that everyone here is a guild member. Like, this seems to be a hostile. Sorry, no, not guild member. No, there's no guild.
No, we went to the LeBlancs for breakfast.
Yeah, we went to House of LeBlanc.
Oh,
so it is downtown.
Then. I'll say there's a few in the corner.
I just lean in more to the gang, and then just say, tomorrow morning we have an opportunity to assist Union in a little bit of a heist. It's our call. It's everybody's here's call, just like the bell, what we talked about there. Sounds a little dicey to me, personally. Apparently, we're supposed to go in and maybe deal with some guild guards and remove some boxes and remove some shipments or change the track for the shipment that's coming in. It's an opportunity for us. We could carry more favor and help the union a little bit. I just wanted to present it to everybody while we have full stomachs and we're a little bit more rested. Sorry, Tobias.
Fine. I say we do this. These people, I think by now you guys know the guild's been hurting these people a little too long. They got a plan. Let's help them out.
And what exactly is this plan? Or do they have one? Is it something that you think could succeed? I mean, I haven't been on many trains, but the one in the Malifaux sure did have quite the entourage.
I think with a few well-placed words, we can probably get a lot of these guild guys to get out of here. Where words fail, a few well-placed bullets.
Right.
Scare them off. They got what's gonna come. Fitzsimmons got a plan to scare off the rest of them.
Do we know what the plan is to scare them off?
I think it's going to be a little bit impromptu. If I understand correctly, we are just supposed to show up tomorrow and be part of the crew. Precisely how we achieve our goals, I know exactly. Fitzsimmons seems to know.
Fitzsimmons says he's got a few. Go ahead.
Sorry, this is the plan that they didn't want to talk to the Freycore about, right? Do you think, is it that they don't trust the Freycore? What if there's something that, Von Schill and his people know that Fitzsimmons doesn't like? Do you think that there's worth in going to the Freycore and going, hey, are there any extenuating circumstances we should know about before we try to rob a train? That's what's happening.
Well, extenuating circumstances. The guild's not going to like it. That's the circumstance.
What if? I mean, the Freycore might know more than Fitzsimmons. What if, there's a big military tour going through the factory that day or something? Just if there's anything they could be aware of. But I mean, I'm sure there's a reason Fitzsimmons didn't want to speak to them about it. I like the idea of helping the union, and whatever it is, Ellie, whatever you're doing, I'm here to help you, so I'll be there.
Yeah. Doc, what's your opinion on things?
It just seems like we have a loose plan going against, an army.
Yeah. It's a risk. Maybe we do what Nemo says. We go to the Freycore and we talk to them, and then we go from there and we make a decision.
I guess
tell you
what are
right
the
now-
benefits of doing such a thing?
What's on the train?
Soul stones.
Yeah, whatever those are.
I'll tell you right now, you all want soul stones. The benefits of up front, Fitzgerald promised everyone it helps a laid 3 soul stone.
Just to have.
Just to have.
And what does that mean?
It means you'll get arrested on the spot.
It means you're going to keep quiet about it is what's going to happen. It's small. It'll probably fit in your pocket. So, don't go flashing around. You'll probably be okay. But soul stones give you access to magic.
To me, it's money, Doc. Could sell something like that. Would that run you?
You can sell soul stones.
But would we be helping people?
It
Well, you
would
can
be-
sell
Helping
soul
ourselves?
stones?
The Union, right, would be keeping most of the soul stones, so they would have that sort of bargaining chip. Is that the idea?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think it's mostly helping those people, helping the Union.
it's money that the union's gonna get that the guild's not gonna get.
Right. Okay.
But
Well,
if the
that's
union
good.
has anything to do with it, won't the guild come after them?
Well, we're not
Aren't
in
we-
the Union, so we're
But
just.
aren't we putting all those in the union in harm's way by doing such a thing?
I mean, it's not official. It's not
I
like
mean,
it's
if
a
it-
union organized thing.
Yeah, if it doesn't look like it was started by the Union, if it just looks like a bunch of random criminals, and then the Union happens to get money out of it in a way that can't be traced, that sounds.
Did say
positive.
one of the union members dies, don't they know their faces? Couldn't they
They-
track it back and say, oh, he's a union member? And then use that against him?
Probably
I mean-
good to have you there then, Doc. Make sure a Union member doesn't die.
I mean, I can't guarantee anything like that. Not against an army.
We think an army is going to be there. It's at a factory, right?
It's at a factory where they have standard security. It's not like the army's gonna show up. We'll be in, we'll be out before they even know what hit them.
I mean, wasn't the train to Malifaux just standard security?
No, I mean, I've never been on the train, but in my experience, the train station has very serious security
Look,
comparatively.
it's only breakfast. Doc, sounds like you have serious concerns. I do too. I think Nemo's the right idea. He talked to the Fear Corps and talked to them. Let's come back to this. We don't have to debate it all morning. We have other things we got.
Are we going to go shopping for clothes? I mean, we have plenty of time. We have 2 weeks. Are we? But we have other things to spend our money on first. Do we want to do that?
I'm looking
mean-
to get some armor.
I gesture to my ratty clothes and say, I got a little bit of money. I could buy some things. That'd be good.
For the masquerade, I mean.
Right.
I mean, that's just in 2 weeks' time. Shouldn't we decide now on if the train's going to happen?
Well, what do you want to do?
If we decided now, then we'd still, if we were to do such a thing, we'd only have a day's time to prepare.
Why don't we, if you don't mind, why don't we finish our spaghetti and then go down to the sledge and talk to them, and then we can make a decision after that once we have a little bit more information. Does that sound comfortable?
So I'm going to stress that like 2 days was 2 days after the conversation. So like you don't have a day. Like that conversation sleep wasn't the first day. You guys have 2 days from now.
So we have today, tomorrow, and then on the third day. Okay.
Correct.
Well, why don't we... Is anyone against telling the Frey Corps? They are the ones that asked us to talk to Fitz, is it not? Maybe they have some more information. Maybe they have ways to help, even if it's just through us.
Yeah, that
Maybe
was
they
what
have a
Nemo
better
was-
idea of the benefits of such a thing.
Yeah.
All right, that'll help put your fears to bed. We'll go talk to the Frey Corps.
And then, what do we want to do with the rest of our day or tomorrow? Just to, are we going to be going in the quarantine zone? I suppose is my question.
I mean, if you guys are gonna follow me, I'd like to get some better prepared for our adventure.
Right.
Okay.
So to the Wolfe then. That's it.
So you guys have a quick breakfast. Not really anything fancy tonight. Like they bring out just like some bread and butter and whatnot, and like some coffee.
No
served to you guys.
spaghetti. Where's
Spaghetti
my
breakfast.
spaghetti?
That's why we're coming to LeBlanc.
That's true. It is LeBlanc's. You know, LeBlanc's is famous for their spaghetti.
I'd like to
Yeah.
make a scene. I'd like to make it until spaghetti shows.
You make a scene because like it's like, oh, it's breakfast, right? We're giving them some bread, some coffee, and whatnot. But the second you guys start like grumbling about spaghetti, they're like, hey, you know, they like open up the kitchen and get rid of the breakfast menu and give you guys like a nice big plate of tomato spaghetti.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
I would like to leave a little bit of a silly tip, but then also on our way down to the sledge, I want to just duck into a little store and buy a couple of small things. That's okay. We don't have to roleplay it out. I just want to purchase
Okay.
some materials.
If as long as there's simple stuff, like we can just
A needle and thread, a pair of scissors, and some fluffy filling. So like our fabric store, I suppose.
easy. I'll say along the way, you stop, you pick up something. Nothing too crazy there. Easy shopping, real quick, dive in, get out. You guys make your way through downtown, through the industrial zone. Once you get into the industrial zone and start making your way to the eastern slums, you find dozens and dozens of guild checkpoints. And immediately, like as you're sort of walking down the street, at first you kind of like see guards eyeing you, and then there's just like a line, and there's these tents set up, and guild officials are waiting. You see a few people who like kind of turn around and try to leave, and immediately those guild members staying on the side of the street just come up and like start questioning them and start like giving them the fifth degree, like, why are you leaving? Why are you not staying in line? What are you doing? And you're kind of funneled into this situation where you have to go through this checkpoint.
Are they asking for papers?
They're asking for papers. Like you can immediately pick up that anyone who leaves is under suspicion, right? Like, oh, this is a checkpoint. You're trying to leave. What are you trying to hide? Why are you trying to leave? Like, and at first it just seemed like, oh, there's a lot of guards standing around, but eventually when you get to that checkpoint, it's like, oh, okay, I see what's going on now. And you can just see people getting harassed based on the fact that they've tried to left the line.
Okay. We're going to the sledge, right? We're not going into the quarantine zone.
You're going to the sledge, but the sledge is in the eastern slums. And like the sole processing facility is in the industrial zone. So because you're moving through the industrial zone, like if you remember the newspaper, Tobias, this is kind of the repercussion of that. Is that like when the newspaper said the guild is adding more military influence for the safety of their citizens, this is that. When I say things in my game,
They're important.
they have consequences.
Okay. Now we know we got to pay attention.
Get in
okay.
line.
Yeah, it's the only way through. We're not doing anything illegal.
Okay. You guys wait in line. You get to the front, and you can see that there is like this, you know, he has like kind of the long brimmed guild hat, a pair of goggles on, and just like, have you ever been part of a union in any way, shape, or form?
Not us, officer.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll deception because you don't know that Ellie is part of a union or ever has been part of a union. And he continues to kind of go through the motions. Then you hear, Ellie, Wylie, Doc Murphy, and Mr. Tobias, is that you? And you turn, and there you see the big yellow tooth grin of your good old Colonel Jeremiah Asher, just overjoyed to see you.
Colonel Jeremiah, it's funny meeting you here.
I have fully stealthed into the crowd. I am not visible. I'm not around.
Well, I say, ain't it just a goddamn coinky dink? I mean, if I didn't know better, I say it was fate that we crossed each other's paths. What are y'all doing here trying to go into the slums? I mean, y'all know it's on lockdown, right? There's been cogs in the wheel, I should say, that are trying to stop good progression.
I mean, we're just trying to get home.
Trying to get home?
Yeah,
Y'all
our
live in the
apartments are
slums?
apartments are in the slums. We're new. I'm my compatriots are new. They haven't established themselves yet, quite like we have.
Oh, heavens to Bessie. That just breaks my heart. I mean, now I must insist that you allow me to put you up in a house. I can't have good friends like you living in the slums after we've broken bread together, shared a meal. It just, well, let me say, my mother would be ashamed of me if I let you continue to live out here on the streets amongst the rats, the undesirables, so to speak.
They'd love to, but they got a lease. They can't break the lease. They just even be out. They'd be out even more script.
Leases, smeeshes. How do you feel about this, Miss Ellie? Well, I mean, are y'all ready to take me up on my hospitality? Please, please don't offend me. I just, I can't accept no as an answer.
I could tell. So I won't offend you, but unfortunately, I really like that I'm staying at right now. It sort of fits to my tastes, as you would say. Instead, can I ask a different favor? Maybe you could extend your hospitality in a different way to me.
I must say, historically, my family has been a family of hospitality.
Visiting the guild sometime soon, the cage, and so I was hoping to get a little bit of information. How does one go about applying to be a bounty hunter?
Well, once you go on down to the Cage of Grace, I mean, normally if you have a letter of recommendation, oh my God, my dog is going crazy.
I'll
Quiet.
get him.
I
I'm
love
hiding
you.
anyway. I'll
Quiet.
get him.
Can you open the door? Because he misses his mama. Um, normally, if you have a letter of recommendation of sorts, you can bypass the incredibly difficult process, which I would be more than happy to write you. But again, I just wouldn't feel right about it if you got shot in an alley or murdered by some like dirty union drunkard scumbag. I mean, like a mother caring for their own child, I want to care for you. Why don't you take me up on your offer, on my offer, and we can talk about it?
I already have parents. I don't need any new ones. I'm okay, thank you. A letter of recommendation, if you're willing to extend me, would be greatly appreciated.
You know, Miss Ellie, the way you turned down my gracious southern hospitality makes me think you might be up to something.
Oh, I'm up to something. Where's Malifaux? Is it in the south or is it up north? Where is it?
Yeah. Where is Malifaux?
Yeah.
Mr. Tobias, could I get another look at your papers?
You want to see my press badge? My guild identification thing.
I do.
Sure, and I'll hand it over to him. Got nothing to hide.
Well, it looks here, whether it be for good fortune or not, your papers are up to date. I don't know, there's something about y'all where I feel like you're wanting to stick your nose into trouble and just keep denying the help of the guild. Yeah.
Let me try something real fast.
I'm open.
I want to tell him that, I'm Colonel Jeremiah. I work with the Tattler. We got to keep it on the down low, but I'm working on a story here. We can't let too many people know that I'm trying to sniff out the union members.
Roll no. I
Deception,
think it's
probably.
yeah. This is gonna be deception. I'm gonna give you a target 11 on this guy.
Lucky
This
me.
is his job.
What's
Right.
Doc doing during this?
Minding his business.
No, I mean when he started to talk about how we were up to something shady or not accepting his hospitality, Doc definitely would have spoke up and just been it's not that we want to deny your hospitality. It's more that, we're the type of folk that wants to earn what we get. That's all.
18 deception.
Jeez.
Deception is what I do.
He nods and says, "Well, I must say, it is a delight to see a person so dedicated to their job as you. Let me walk you on through. Hey, Doc, why don't you come over here?" And he throws his arm around Doc and just begins to sort of fast pass you guys through the line. And as you're walking along and he's fast passing you and he's smiling, just shining those glistening yellow teeth at you as he grins, he says, "Doc Murphy, I can tell by your name you're an immigrant. And as a man whose history is just filled of immigrants, I'm sure you understand how important it is for people to understand what the wheel of progress is."
Can understand that.
One thing I
what are
have
you
to say,
getting at?
I have to say, I'm trying to make what you would call a metaphor here, right? Normally, you have a situation where there are beings or individuals who are standing in the way of progress, standing in the way of a greater good, you could say, and they need to be removed.
Like
The
caterpillars
union-
that don't want to become a butterfly?
Sorry, say that again.
Like caterpillars that don't want to become a butterfly?
The moment I saw you, I knew I liked you. I really did. And I'm glad we are on the same page. We are two individuals linked up.
That is something someone could say, yes?
You have to look at the union as caterpillars that don't want to become a butterfly. Just as in the past, a progressive nation will ride up in and try to do great things, and there are people that are trying to stop them. That's all this is. That's all this is. And talking to you, talking to Ellie, and talking to Tobias here, was there 4 of you? And he kind of looks around.
As he's starting to look around, I say, "It's so gracious of you to move us through the line. I was waiting in line and my daughter was going to pick up knickknacks. Should I wait for..."
He
At
blinks a
this
couple
point,
times.
because I stayed relatively nearby, I was just kind of blending in with another group of people. I'll kind of duck under Ellie's arm. Got him.
"Oh, hello. Hey,
Fast tracking, huh?
yeah, you get what you needed?"
Yes.
Hearing that, I'll turn towards the colonel and... You must be talking about Teresa? She's right here.
He
Hey.
blinks a couple times, looks over and says, "Teresa was your name? I'm sorry. I I don't quite remember you. But it's nice to meet you, little miss. So then, as I was saying, progress is very important, and I'm just delighted that you all are, you know, on that train that just keeps chugging along to making the world a better place. Now then, and like, there's a few guards who are about to question. They see Colonel Jeremiah Asher, and they're like, okay, he nods to him and he lets you through. You go on along your merry way. We're gonna round up these horrible, horrible individuals. Put them to the law as they deserve, and make sure that everyone here is safe and held up in a nice, safe area. May order prevail. It's nice to see you again. I must say, I look forward to the next time that we meet.
You'll see me at the cage of ice.
I'll see you there, Miss Ellie Wylie.
Nice seeing you again, Colonel. We'll catch up with you later.
He waves his stark white glove and sort of turns on his heels and goes back.
I hate that guy. I hate that guy so much. Why do we keep running into them? What is this?
Just like all the rest of them. Right. Sledge.
Hey, man, he is annoying to talk to. I can tell you that much.
He doesn't really shut up.
No, he doesn't. Right? He just keeps going.
He's a talker.
I thought I was gonna break. I thought I was gonna break my composure for a second. Oh my god, I can't have this guy on my ass. I
Hey,
cannot have this guy on my ass.
I grabbed Tobias for a minute. Thank you so much. I'm not the best at talking to people, so I'm really glad that you can swoop in there when I'm probably just antagonizing him too much. So thanks.
Yeah. Ellie, just leave the talking to me. I can handle this.
You're a very convincing liar. Do you do it a lot?
I look her in the eye. No.
You see
Very
probably the least scared looking laugh that you've seen from her so far.
Were you lying? You had me scared there for a moment.
Lion, I'm the most truthful individual you'll ever meet in your life.
You know, Tobias, you're so genuine, I believe.
So you're trying to root out the union members?
No, I'm not trying to root out the union. Are you guys not paying attention?
all right. So let's go.
Yeah, we go over to the sledge.
Go.
Okay, you guys continue to make your way farther into the eastern slums. When you get there, you get to the sledge, and it is abandoned. What is very notable is that there is a large increase in guild personnel walking around this area. And you remember kind of like some of the things like the Freer Corps had said, where this is a place where it continues to exist based on like the needs of the union, but it is secretive and they retreat if the guild becomes too influential. And based on what's going on right now and sort of the lockdown and everything, it seems to be in a complete abandoned warehouse. The gate's left open, the gate's gone. Like you go inside, there's a cage, it's just decrepit boxes. It doesn't look important at all. In fact, if you hadn't been here before, you would swear that this is just an abandoned warehouse.
Do you think if we get down to boomsticks, if we get down to boomsticks, would we be able to ask the person there where we might be able to contact them?
Contact the Freer Corps? I don't think
Yeah.
so. It's Gremlin Wharf. That sounds like Gremlin territory. I don't think the Freer Corps are going to have too much of an influence over there.
But they're in contact with him, or them, or her, or whoever runs the boomsticks. We don't think it goes two ways.
Does anyone see any symbols on the wall or something that they left? Something to point us in the right direction?
It'd be really stupid of them to leave, but We can look.
I mean, it depends what it is.
This is
Just-
an indication, by the way. The longer we let the guild do what they want, I think the worse we get.
Yeah. I'm
Mhm.
all for heading down to Gremlin Wharf. We can see if there's Freycore there. I doubt it, but we'll see if we meet any on the way. We go there. We get ready for our business, because there's a lot of guild around. Get ready for our business, and then yeah, see what happens.
Yeah, sure.
So, Tobias, give me a literacy check.
Literacy check.
I will take, based off of the doctor's suggestion, just a look around at the walls, see if they let any symbols or writing or anything that might indicate meet us 3 blocks south or something like that.
Sure, flip me a notice for that.
Oh, really? Okay.
I got a 6 literacy.
What
With
is
a
my
6
target number?
5.
Okay.
With a 6 literacy, you're having a hard time remembering, like, the lore behind the sink in Gremlin's Wharf. You know it's not named Gremlin's Wharf because it's inhabited by gremlins. And you know that there's a hole, like a sinkhole, that, like, that's what it's named after. You don't know what it is, how it got there. You're just like kind of fuzzy a little bit about it. It's difficult. There's so many different quarantine zones and everything, but that's all you remember.
Okay, so there's Gremlin. Well, that's where they trade, right? Or
It's not named Gremlin's Wharf because it has gremlins. No.
okay. In that case, let me. No, it stands. I think that. I don't know anything about Gremlin's Wharf.
I got a 10 on my notice check.
You look around, and if anything, you notice that this place has been scrubbed clean. The desk that the Duke of Dirt and the previous field court was sitting at when you came is gone. The chairs are gone. It is shifted to be abandoned. There is no secret contact us. It is scrubbed clean.
Okay. Fair enough. We start making our way south to the quarantine zone. Is that the right direction?
Yeah, go to
So-
Boomsticks.
If we look on the map, you guys are going to
To the map,
Gremlin's
to the
Wharf. You are currently sort of in the northern area of the eastern slums. So it's a bit of a journey. Like, it's
Sure is.
going to take you probably about 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, so you're going down south.
And then what was I have in my notes? Scape Town. That is also something. What was in Scape Town?
Escape Down is where the shady bounty hunters are.
Okay.
Yes.
Good
Which
to know.
is, I believe, even farther south.
It's actually less south than.
It's close to
Gremlin's Wharf.
Gremlins. You guys can check
Yeah,
that
it's
out
across
too if
the
you want.
water.
Yeah.
It's
So, before we go into Gremlin's Wharf, Nemo, you are very familiar with the quarantine zone.
fine. Am I?
The thing that distracts you, or not distracts you, but upsets you the most, is that. Let me find what this is. Okay. all-
This is gonna sound like a really bizarre question. Do I know that I'm familiar with the quarantine zone?
You do. You do.
Okay.
You're familiar with it. You've slipped in and out of it. Like, this is kind of. The quarantine zone is always safe from a guild presence if you get far enough away from the barricade,
Mhm.
but it's difficult to slip in and out of. Probably the most unsettling thing is something referred to as an eldritch gaslight.
Okay.
Normally, all along the inside of the quarantine zone, along the barrier, the guild has set up these strange lanterns that are mesmerizing. where if you get close enough to them, they can hypnotize any trespasser, and they're much, much more potent towards undead. They use these because the quarantine zone is infamous for like a large necromantic presence to kind of lure undead like fireflies, and then they just fucking shoot them in the head. This is like probably the most unsettling thing, because even though you guys are all living, these things are scattered all along the inside of the barrier, and sometimes even the outside. You know from your experience of like dipping in and out of the quarantine zone, and probably you as well, Tobias, that there are 2 ways that are usually, or 3 ways that are usually the easiest to get in. Find a checkpoint and bribe a guard, because the quarantine zone is infamous for like, hey, did you fuck up in the guild? This is punishment. It's terrible. So with like the right persuasion and whatnot, you might be able to bribe someone to get in. You can try to find a hole in the wall and sneak in, which can be dangerous because there's a lot of patrols. Or you can definitely get in for free by going into the sewers, but the sewers are notorious for bad shit. Bad shit lives in the sewers. So it's up to you to decide how you want to enter the quarantine zone. Bribe, sneak in, sewers.
Why is it called the quarantine zone, anyways? Just kind of a blanket statement towards the group.
Flip me a literacy check, or bureaucracy if you got it.
Nodding. I'm just
Would I know
nodding.
at all?
Nemo, you wouldn't know. This is just
Cool.
something you've lived with for a very long time.
I don't know shit about shit.
I imagine I know the rumors, right? How there's.
Flip me a literacy check, and I'm gonna give you based on that.
It's just what it's called, I think.
9.
With a 9, you know when the breach opened a second time, that there was actually a additional division of the guild known as the Resettlement Corps. The division was created to reclaim the destroyed areas of Malifaux, also known as the Quarantine Zone. However, it was deemed far too dangerous, and they sort of barricaded it off to protect the citizens. Like, the Quarantine Zone isn't just... It's a mixture of things. Like, there is like, oh, you're sick, they send you there because they're terrible and they don't fully understand medicine all the time. But for the most part, the Quarantine Zone is this place too dangerous. Some places are because of possible Neverborn infections. Some places are possible undead infections. It's just, this place too dangerous. Now it quarantine.
We built a wall.
That's kind of
and
how
we
the
made
guild
the
seems to
Neverborn
handle
pay
things.
for it.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
guild is like, they're concerned about their primary citizens. So normally it's like, doesn't matter what the danger is, that too dangerous, quarantine.
Do you say all that?
Yeah, I'm gonna explain pretty much not word for word, but
Yeah.
it's bad. You know,
In
it's
Tobias
dangerous to
style.
go in there.
Yeah.
It's not all that bad. It's not
So
too
do we
different.
need to self-impose a quarantine when he leaves to not get anyone else infected? Was something that we catch over there?
It's not it. It can be diseases, but usually not. It's more there are monsters, and that's off limits.
Weren't there just monsters downtown? We met them the other day.
Yeah, that was quarantine too. They didn't want anyone going in there. Kind of the same idea.
That wasn't quarantine. That was the western side of the downtown. Was it not?
It was the house. You're talking about the house, right?
Yeah, which was the western side of downtown.
Yeah, there was a sign that no one was allowed in there.
There was a sign, but it wasn't the quarantine zone. I think that's what Doc's getting at.
Yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't the quarantine zone, but it was quarantined.
gotcha.
Really not that terrible. Like it's parts of it are really similar to where we've been staying. So I mean, not
Nemo,
like
it sounds
LeBlanc,
like-
but
It sounds like you've been there, Nemo. Is that true?
I've been all over the city.
What's
wanna
the best
guide us
way to
through
get
it?
in?
So
I'm trying to remember how I last got in and
I'm going to
out.
tell you right now, getting in is going to be an ongoing challenge based on what path you decide will have different consequences and different checks.
I asked you earlier, Brent, and you said that I do not remember how to get in and out.
It's been a long time. Like,
Yeah.
one of the problems with the quarantine zone is the barricade is shitty and often falling apart. However, the guild is so big on the fear of disease, undead, and neverborn slipping out of it that they constantly repair it.
Right. Do I know about the sewers?
You know about everything. You know about, like, hey,
Okay.
we might be able to find like an entrance to the sewers. That'll be really dangerous. We might be able to bribe. Like, you know
Yeah.
enough on how to get through it, but like you don't have a, oh, there's a hole in the fence here. Like
Oh,
that.
okay.
That
That's
is
what you mean. I don't remember my precise route, but I do know how to get in and out. Sounds good.
yes.
So there are a couple of options. Some well, we could bribe a guard. I've never done that one, but I know that you can do it because most of the guards who are here don't want to be here and they hate its punishment. Or you can try to find a hole in the wall. But for me, I think the one that's the most consistent is if you go through the tunnels, the sewers.
I know I ain't gonna bribe a guard, give my script back to the guild. I ain't doing that.
That's a fair thought. Have you all ever been in sewers before?
No.
It's not too bad. I mean, if you've never been there before, you probably won't like it. I don't like it, but it's mostly, plug your nose, keep your eyes open, keep your ears open, roll up your pants if you're worried about them. Come this way. And I'm going to start looking for an opening to the sewer.
Follower.
Yeah. I'll say you spend a little bit of time and eventually you find sort of a manhole.
I don't know if I can lift a manhole.
It'll be difficult.
I try to look really self-sufficient. I squat down and I start trying to lift it by myself.
I'm sure one of us has might.
Shall I make a check to try to do it by myself?
Give me athletics.
All right, that's at a -2. I'm very excited. I do not ask for help.
I'm watching.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
just watching this whole thing play out. I'm sort of just leaning next to Doc.
What's my target number?
7.
How does a 6 suit you? I'm very close.
Put your little fingers like into the holes at the side and just kind of tug and it doesn't move.
Should we be helping?
They can be tricky sometimes. I mean, if you want to do it, you can. But obviously, I've done this before.
Yeah, just give your energy for guiding. We got Doc.
I mean, yeah.
What?
You and me. You want to open it with me?
I mean, it's not my strong suit, but I'll give it a go.
I'm just mechanically curious while you're doing that athletics check. Tobias, do you also have a -2 to might?
I have a -1 to might.
Okay, so we've got -2, -2, -1, and then whatever it is that our good lady Miss Ellie has.
Okay, so I like with the mechanical left arm, right? I go down freshly soul dusted. It should be noted. It's all jazzed up and ready to go. Not falling apart immediately. Sort of just lean down, Doc. I presume with your mechanical arm, is that too?
Yeah, I'm going to try with I'm gonna grab with both arms. I'm not
Yeah.
not trying to show off at all. The deck's empty.
Oh, okay. Oh, so we get to draw a twist card.
We do.
Reshuffle and draw that twist.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sweet.
We're gonna be able to reshuffle this time. That's the big question.
Possibly.
Possibly. So what I'm
Yes, they're all
imagining gaining
back.
a card in
They're
your
all
twist
back.
deck.
Okay.
Aha.
Sweet.
It's just like we all stare into space silently for a couple of seconds, and then we get back to what we were doing.
Like our eyes rolling back heads, and we're just kind of like in the Matrix move a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so I lean down. And
Describe.
I just grab a hold of the manhole cover, and I get a pen on it.
Oh yeah. You managed to like kind of slip a finger in, and
With your
like the
pinky.
second it lifts up, you let that finger go and grab the edge, and with the help of Doc, just sort of lift and push it aside.
I got a 1.
Hey,
So.
I want to
It
point
kinda
out.
lands on
it's
you.
all look, it's doing absolutely nothing.
I
As
point
it-
out. I have
as
an
you-
athletics. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I
I
have
was
an
gonna say-
athletics at 3. So.
As you're pushing, like Doc just fucking slips and falls stomach first onto it, but you still manage to push it out.
Are you right? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm
So-
good. Thanks.
Well, Doc is on the ground.
It
Good
was
thing we
a
got
lot
a
of
doctor to
that.
patch him up.
Don't worry.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
Right. Well, you want to be
Kind of stands up, dusting himself off a little bit, and
You want to be on your feet a little bit while you're down here. And I'm just gonna. Deanna, don't know what the sewers look like, but I'm just gonna go down, hang from my fingers. If there's like a
Well,
ladder or something.
Let me tell you.
All right.
The grate slips aside easy enough, scraping against the cold pavement. And then you stare down. Down into the earth's open maw where the depths swallow the light and pure black darkness awaits. Air escapes through the opening like an exhale of putrid breath, and the whole waits, eager for your arrival. And as all of you kind of like look down, like, okay, we got this open, there's just this sound of an exhale, this that continues to linger as the stench lingers up. You can make out just the bits of a ladder that are slick, covered in like a thick grease of rot that lead down into the open maw.
Shove the sleeves of my coat up my arm. And it seems super easy for me. I just really quickly scale down. I'll tell you when I'm at the bottom, and you can follow me down. I assume it's not too tall.
It goes down about 25 feet. As you're going down, like there are moments where you struggle a little bit because it seems to be covered in almost like a Vaseline like gel from just like the stench and grease of sewage, rotten death that have coalesced on like these rungs. And you're making it down. There's a few times where like your foot slips or whatnot, but you just keep making it down to the very bottom where it's pitch black and you're just overwhelmed with that stench of, let's face it, shit. Just shit.
Things live in here, right?
So you know that the sewers are home to very, very large rats, normally the size of small dogs, and other
Sweet
horrors that
boys?
might
Sweet
potentially
boys?
linger down here.
Good sweet boys.
No sweet boys.
I think so.
So
The rats
I'm
are
going
ravenous.
I'm going to take a moment at the bottom of the ladder to listen to see if I hear any sound nearby.
You hear the sound of trickling water. You are you are in a situation where you are smelling the worst smells you've ever smelled in your life. Like it doesn't like anytime you inhale, it lingers in your mouth. It is just filth.
I will say, living the lifestyle that I have led, I think in my pocket I would have a strip of fabric that I just.
You cover your mouth, but it just like continues to slip through.
Yeah.
It's horrifying, this smell. And you guys are all standing atop, waiting for Nemo to yell at you, just smelling this, eager to go down into it.
Eager.
I give the-
That's a word for it.
Give the knock knock of follow me.
Looks safe. I'm gonna go down.
Who's going next?
I'll go last if you don't mind, Doc.
No problem. I'll head down.
And I'll follow him as last.
One by one, you guys make your way down, just grabbing onto that gel, that thick gel of filth that started to linger on the ladder rungs. Eventually, you make it down to the bottom. I need everyone to make a carouse or resilience check.
Ooh.
What is our target number?
Your target number is 9.
Woohoo!
Ooh.
What are those based off of?
Carouse is everything's gonna be based off resilience.
Oh, okay. I see resilience. I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's carouse or resilience.
Right.
I failed.
Quick, QQ. For reasons that we don't have to get into, is there any way that I would be immune to this?
Possibly. Tell me what you flip.
All right.
You
Well,
ghost.
I really failed, so I'm gonna cheat. Because I got a 1, and instead I'm going to get an 11.
You got
I
an
got a
11. You got a 5. All right. So who's under a 9?
I failed.
Okay.
Doc.
Ellie.
For sure.
Doc.
I failed.
Tobias. As you guys like sort of step down and just the stench begins to hit you, just for no reason, write down on the side of your sheet the word polio.
Okay.
You got polio?
No reason, just no reason.
Polio?
That
That's a
doesn't sound
real world
dangerous.
disease.
Yeah.
What about like magical dragon pox?
Oh, we have those. But this is Malifaux, and it is stuck in the real world history. But you guys just find yourselves like sort of heaving, like the water begins rushing towards you. It spits up and like hits you in the face and gets in your mouth, and you're trying to spit it out. Just like a big wave of sewage comes towards you.
All right.
Okay.
Just as we
Nice.
get down to the bottom, it's like, I feel like Doc, we're gonna need to see you after this. I think this isn't gonna go well for any of us.
Definitely gonna need to see a dry cleaner after this.
Gonna need to see a therapist after this. This is disgusting.
I
All
lean
right.
into them. I look fine. So, I think to keep in mind, it's a pretty straightforward route, but you're going to want to keep quiet. Try to stick to the sides where it's kind of a little higher and you're not going to be, making quite a splash as you're moving through. You want to stay on as solid a surface as possible to make as little sound as possible to avoid the rats. It's not a long journey. It's not a complicated journey. Just be quiet.
Mm.
Yeah.
Stay close, stay quiet. Gotcha.
I'll go and try to keep an ear out and it'll be fine.
You make your way deeper into the sewers. The air is clammy, thick, and wet. That humidity continues to linger in the back of your throat, that viscid fluid, that taste of rotting green death and feces. I need an ongoing challenge. Target number 11 with track, wilderness, or cunning.
Cool. I'm great at these. I'll do wilderness because I'm kind of leading the way here.
I'll do cunning. Unless somebody's more cunning than me.
I'll try wilderness as well, because I can do that one.
What would the target number was what? 11?
13. Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, man. Okay. I'm gonna have to cheat it again, man.
All right, you need 4 successes or 2 failures.
What was the target number?
11.
11? Okay.
So I got a 7, but I'm gonna change it to a 15 because I don't want to die. I don't know if that's a margin of success.
15 is for sure a margin of success.
I mean, but does it count as extra special stuff or?
It's just success over failure.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
It looked like Nemo is
way
you're mucking your way. What's the first one look like?
Essentially, it's kind of like I was speaking to you guys. I'm making sure you guys are sticking to the parts of the tunnel there where things are flattest, quietest, where you're walking through like thick, muddy areas as opposed to wet where it'll make a lot of sound and splash, just so we can move quietly and quickly along a fairly solid surface.
I like the that every so often you'll hear as Ellie is just trying to keep it down. This
And
sucks.
every time Nemo turns around. Keeps going.
And by the third time Ellie's just like
I do have a 17 of rams for wilderness.
That is a success. So we got 2 successes.
I got a 9 for wilderness, which fails.
Not a success, but not a
yeah.
failure. Yeah.
So I guess my question is, I have for a failure on a expertise check, I get a twist card. Do I get one here?
It's an expertise. Yeah.
and I fail with a 7 as I'm just bitten with Nemo and every so often vomiting a little. It's just like I'm trying to like figure out where to go at some point, and I just turn, like Nemo's like, go that way, and I just turn the other way for a minute and lose it for a second.
You put your forehead against the wall, but then your forehead is like really wet.
So you spend your first hour in the sewers, Ellie. You know you're struggling, right? Like you're turning your head and everything. But after an hour, Nemo, you know you're having a hard time remembering like the right direction to go. And
It's not a straight line. We're not just going.
no, absolutely not. It's like twists and turns. It's an absolute maze down here. And Tobias, like you're remembering things based off of like certain words you might have heard, like certain people who like had a story about like, oh, you know, here's how you get to the quarantine zone, and you're helping her, but you're having a hard time remembering the both of you. I need everyone to make another carouse or resilience check.
Oh my god.
We're just gonna all die of disease in about 6 seconds.
There are
This is how it
ranks.
ends.
I
Dysentery.
feel like I shouldn't be able to get polio because I don't want it.
Polio.
I
Y'all
don't
get
want
polio.
I don't want
polio.
polio.
That's how it goes.
What's the TN on this?
The target number, I believe, was 9. Let me double check. Yep, it's 9.
10. I don't have polio too.
You are fine. You fight off the stench as like flies are just kind of buzzing everywhere down here, and it's just getting thicker. Like what was once just murky water is now a slush. It's a pudding a freaking pudding of water and poo that you're just sludging through.
Oh my
That's
God.
up to your ankles.
Lurch, lurch,
I
lurch.
did get
Yup.
a 9 for resilience.
Meat beats. You're
Meat beats.
fine, Tobias.
So I got a 7,
Okay.
but I am going to cheat it as Doc, and I'm going to start to cover up basically every orifice with as much cover as I can.
You're covering up your face. Maybe you
Stuff
even
and
got
stuff up
like
your nose.
some soap or bleach nearby. You're just like scrubbing, right?
Mm-hmm. But
Just being as
I made
clean
it.
as
I made it
possible.
a 10 of crows. Yes, I'm like constantly cleaning with any antiseptic I can pull out of my bag. Probably gonna have to restock after this.
Could somebody draw for me?
Sure. I gotcha. Yeah, no, essentially we're all sharing in Doc's stuff here as much as we can. Oh. What's your carouse?
I believe in you, Nemo.
No.
I have a carouse 2.
Okay, so you got a
I was a
4.
Oh, I'm just like covered in muck. I'm so sad.
You're just squelching along in the back.
Ellie, like occasionally there's like a rush of sewage that comes towards you, and like you're the one that always just doesn't see it coming, and you're like, "What's that sound?" Right? Like I'm always aware. I'm ready to attack. Like that's your instinct. So like when you
punch
hear the rush,
sewage.
you just look towards it, and it's just like boom into the mouth, boom into the face, and it keeps. You're like, "Dang it!"
Oh my
There's
God.
like you're watching like confident Ellie as she's walking through the sewer with you all is slowly deflating like bit by bit. I'm just at some point I'm just kind of holding the rifle above my head and just on my shoulders, and I'm just like, this sucks so much. Hate it in here.
Don't worry, Ellie. We'll get out of here. We're almost out. Don't worry.
Nemo
Add
seems
another
to be
rank in
getting-
polio.
Nemo seems
Another
to be
rank
getting
in
more and
polio?
more anxious.
Yep,
at the
you
front.
failed. You get another rank of polio.
Okay.
Polio 2.
The sequel to Polio.
Don't want to see that sequel.
All right.
Uh,
Go ahead, Nemo.
No, are we making more wilderness checks?
Yes, you are. Track or wilderness. Target number 11. Another hour is going to go by in the sewers based on what you do.
Right. I'm doing my best. You see that Nemo is starting to get more anxious. She's still not talking, but she is like anytime anybody steps in something, she's spinning around to check what it is.
Wait,
Yes!
you just want to check? Do you want us all to make this check, or is it like one person?
Remember, every hour that goes by, that's another check in polio. So it's up to you guys. If you want to pass on your turn, that's fine. But
But it can't be one person makes all 4 checks.
absolutely not. Everyone
Correct.
can
Okay.
make one check per session.
Per round.
Got a
or per hour.
15.
Right, yeah. 15.
got a
All right, that's your
15.
third success. You have 0 failure so far because a failure would be 5 less. So like a 6 or lower would be a failure. So
Okay.
you're making your way through the sewers.
I got an 11 of rams for wilderness.
With that final one, you guys get that whiff where you're like, oh, the air doesn't smell so foul down here, right? And you use that Gandalf Lord of the Rings nose to kind of like this way, like you get a brief whiff of fresh air. You climb up the sludge infested ladder, push the top of the sewer open, and end up in the quarantine zone, covered in filth that's sort of sprayed up on you.
I get out of the hole and I lay down face down on the ground, and I just take a minute, just face down on the ground.
We can leave a different way if you guys would prefer. I'm sorry about that. It doesn't, seem that bad until, you have other people with you, and then you're like, oh, it's pretty bad.
Well, we remember the way back, right? We took Nemo. You remember the way back, right? So we won't have to get lost again going through.
What do you say, Fate Master?
We'll make like some survival or wilderness checks, but instead of a target number 11, there'll be like a 6. And
Oh, yeah.
That's better.
yeah, as long as one of you guys can make it, I'm gonna say you remember the way back.
I'm fine going back in there. I feel like I've become one with the sewer at this point.
Yeah.
You think?
It has to be one of the worst
Back.
places I've ever been, and that's saying something.
It's not really. It's just, it's a part of being alive is consuming and excreting, and it all has to go somewhere. It's really not, I mean, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Look,
I'm a
Heard of
doctor
it.
and I understand that, but I don't go shoving my head in it.
yeah,
Well-
and I've heard of a shit-eating grin before, but right now, and I open my where there is literally shit in my teeth,
Oh,
and I'm
no.
like, now. I know what it is.
I mean, usually, if I had a particularly bad, you can jump in the river, to get it off, because they won't let you in to take a shower or anything. I don't think. So we might want to make our way down to the wharf and then, jump in a river for just to rinse it off.
Yeah, I want you to know, Nemo, I'm not blaming you. If I heard
No.
for one more time Tobias tell me that we're almost out of there, though.
I'm just trying to keep our spirits up. It's that's important.
You could have, instead of saying we're almost out, you could have said incoming another wave, and I would have been a little bit more prepared, Tobias.
I mean, the best preparation is to close your mouth when there's when walking through a shitstorm. But
Now you.
So you guys are having this conversation, kind of like a little bit disgruntled, understandably so. You just walked through literal piles of shit, and you make your way up to the top of the area known as the sink within the quarantine zone. You can't help but notice a slight oddity. There's these small sparse buildings that are separated by each other, and there's mud just piled up against them. And immediately as you come to the surface, you can't help but notice that the earth is slanted. Like, all of the streets just seem to be slanted deeper into the city, and this slosh is just slowly dripping down, piling up against the sides of the buildings towards the center of the city. And with that, we are going to end it because it is 9 o'clock and you guys are about to get into some more interesting stuff. And I
We
feel
end
like
it covered in shit.
you end it covered, you
place
dirty
to
little
stop.
pig boys. Dirty little pig boys and dirty little pig girls.
I don't think the quarantine zone has the dry cleaner I'm looking for.
Quarantine zone definitely doesn't.
We still gotta make our
Um,
way back. So
Yeah. We can
With
jump in
that-
the river on the other side.
Yeah, the river is definitely clean and hygienic.
Cleaner than the sewer.
It is cleaner than the sewer. We do want to thank everyone for subscribing tonight. We want to hand it over to Daniel and Lauren to talk about our subscribers and tell us who we are going to raid tonight. Daniel, Lauren, our good friends, what's going on? Hit us with that good news.
Hello! Hello, thank you. So we would like to thank this evening Darius G4 for the follow and Dylan G6 for the follow. We had a couple shares on Facebook as well.
Love.
We before we go to our raid real quick, I did want to say one thing. Let me
Official business.
just a reminder that, of course, it was mentioned, I believe, at the beginning of the stream, but I wanted to make sure it was mentioned again for those of you who joined in later. We will not be having sessions next week, as it is Christmas. So no Fate's End, no Twisted Veil, no Iron Valor, and, of course, no Short Rest. So we'll all be celebrating Christmas. So just want to wish everyone a happy holiday, happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, happy winter solstice, happy Las Posadas, whatever you celebrate. We just want you all to know that we love you and we appreciate you spending your Tuesdays with us during Twisted Veil. And we hope you all have a very safe holiday season as well. With that, also make sure this Friday we're going to do our charity live stream. So if you guys want to tune into that, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's very comedy. I'm going to have a lot of laughs. It's going to be silly, and also we're going to be supporting the Center for Suicide Awareness for our charity as well. So we're very excited about that, and we hope that you join us. This evening, let's see, we are going to raid. Who are we gonna raid? Let's raid Turntables RPG again. We've raided them before. They have a very cool 80s, no, it's not really 80s, like 90s old Microsoft 95 interface with the files. It looks really cool. We've raided them before. Let's raid them this evening. So let me copy that. Thank you all so much for joining us. When you go in during our raid, make sure to send them some love. Tell them you came from Ink and Lyre. Throw them some huzzah mugs and some snog hearts, and we just enjoy you guys being here with us this evening. Thank you so much again, and we'll see you next time. Oh, bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
And we are raiding.
Nice.
And we are